And then the video I put up, the one about doodling everyday things, everybody understands that concept basically, right? Yes, no?
Mhm.
And the thing I thought about that too is that I get a lot of students, they go, and over the years, and they'll go, well, there's just nothing to draw around my house. Okay, I probably talked about this before. And I go, well, that's on you then. I go, if you're not maybe you're not an artist. You know, if you think there's nothing to draw, there's something to draw anywhere. I don't care where you are. And I like that idea when we had that conversation about that kind of idea, using just everyday things like that to exercise that muscle stylization and simplification and all that. And in lockdown, it really makes sense, okay? Because you can just go in your driveway or sketch the car across the street, or there's trees, there's cans of Campbell soup. It doesn't even matter, you know what I mean? And I think it's a good exercise, especially if you want to do for things like prop design and not even prop design, like if you're doing your own kind of maybe graphic novel stuff, all that kind of stuff. You got to, like, if you're just drawing things sort of straight on, it all has to work together as a stylistic statement. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I have a question, Mike. So I was feeling really uninspired by what was around me, and I think I just was in a mood. But having said that, I was stuck in this rut of doing, like I tend to be, doing everything looking realistic. And so it wasn't so much doodling. And I'm wondering if something like, if I just did contour drawing or not lifting the pencil, some other ways of just loosening up and making things more fun and stylized instead of going at everything, that doesn't look right.
I think the problem with that idea, and look, whatever works for, it's not like, I always say I'm showing you a way, not the way. There's all sorts of ways to do this. But the problem I have with that is that you're starting to kind of go back to basic drawing thinking. I'm not like a huge fan.
Right.
I've said this before. I'm not a huge fan of the way they teach basic drawing. All right. And I'm not pissing on everybody who does teach that. I'm saying at any school. Okay. It's always taught the same way. And I might have told you, I just saw one of a teacher's video teaching basic drawing. And now, obviously just like me, they're online doing stuff. And I looked at their stuff. I was shocked how much that teacher couldn't draw. It was just shocking to me. Even though I know that goes on, when I see it and it's somebody I know or whatever, I look at it and I go, I had no idea that you were this terrible at this. You know what I mean? Because they sent me something, they're all proud of themselves. They put it online because they're also technically not savvy. And then they were just all proud of themselves. They put the stuff online. So then I went and looked at it. And I went, I can't believe you're teaching drawing. That's just shocking to me. You know what I mean? And then I go, this is why this is always taught like this. Or that class is taught like that. Because I've known this for a long time, before I was teaching or anything. There's just so many of these teachers who the reason they teach it that way is because they can't do what we're doing. And that's why I'm so focused on this, why I thought this class was really important. You have to get to a certain point of, or I think you have to get to a certain point of, I don't know what you want to call it, fluidity, or just speaking, that your drawing's your language, sketching's your language, and you got to get fluent with it. And I think that there's a lot of people who come out of academia and go into academia, and they don't realize a lot of these things are exercises to teach you a concept. It's not how you draw. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's like, that's an exercise. And then you're teaching it like that's how you draw. You know what I mean? And that's not how you draw. And when you sit around and you start using all these techniques to sort of, I don't know how you call it, like I do this and then I put an axis line here and then I connect that. To me, that's not drawing. That's a concept about drawing. And it can be a good exercise, that's fine. But some of that stuff, and I understand, again, I just think there's better ways to teach it. And I also think that we're trying to get it where they can take a different class to satisfy that requirement, because I feel like it poisons the well a little bit. Now, I think some of those classes are probably great. I think there's probably people who do it in different ways. I don't know. I didn't have that experience. And I keep seeing it over and over again. But it kind of poisons the well sometimes when I get students and it's putting the cart before the horse. They're kind of teaching them to draw too stiff, too tight, too not understanding line quality. And I think they should start right away with this like idea of loose and then constructing out of that. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
But having said that, I think simplification is something you can do. Hang on. So, oh, here, let me share my screen. So I think simplification is something you can do here. I can see the shadow. Can you see your shadow, your hand on
Yeah.
there? You shot it? Because I thought that was my hand. Like when you're doing something like a frame, if you sort of simplify it right off the bat, then you've got a big, you know, ornate shape here. And then let's say, however that works, right?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe I'll go find one. Then we got this. This footer I'm putting in here is pretty terrible, but I'm going to leave it. You know, and then I just look for the sort of indicators of what makes this thing, you know, simplify it, okay? So like if this is a rose, let's say, I can start to just really simplify this. And then as I'm moving through it, I can keep building on it up until I just go, that's all the information I need. I don't need any more information. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I might have something, I'm not sure. I have to see if I can find this thing out. I mean, it's kind of a different thing, but sort of the same. The only time my internet is slow is when I'm on a class.
Are you frozen?
No, I don't think so. Am I?
Okay, no, you're good.
I'm searching on something, so it probably just looks like I'm like frozen.
Okay. Well, yeah, that's helpful. And I just wrote down a couple notes, like just looking for like that one thing unique about the piece and emphasizing it like you did the rose, and enough information, you know, don't have to fill in all the blanks.
It's sort of the idea of when you do, I mean, my thinking is always sort of painting a little bit. So when I look at like shapes, I tend to think of like how you just simplify shapes in painting, where like you look at a Sargent painting, and there was one I saw, I think it was the first Sargent painting I ever saw, and I think it was in like a traveling Smithsonian show. It was one of those big giant society portraits he would do. And so she's in this big frilly dress, and you know, it's I think it's over life size, or at least life size, and, you know, and it's the first time I'd ever seen one of these things, his, you know. It was a long time ago. And then as you're walking up to it, you know, and then on the table in front of her, there's a silver teapot and like whatever. And I remember seeing that silver teapot from a distance, and it looked so like photographic and finished and all that, right? The whole thing did. But then when you walked up to it, that silver teapot on the table was like, you could count the brush strokes, and then it literally looked like he just took the tube of paint and white and just threw a blob on it, you know, and the hands were, and all that frilly lace stuff was just super nothing there. You know what I mean? And I've always thought about that in relation to drawing. You want to show really what you need to show to get the point across. And it gives you like a little more flexibility with your how you approach it. Because you can keep taking it a little further because you've established it that I can read it now, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I want to establish like, hang on, I'm still trying to find it. I have like 2 things on here I think I can show you, I think.
That really helps though, and I know you've always said, break it down into shapes, but to equate it to painting, that
Yeah,
helps.
to me it is. That's why I kind of like draw with pencil a lot now, because a pencil feels more or less like a paintbrush to me. I can do the same kind of tonal things with it.
Okay.
And so I tend to use the side of the thing and erase shapes out. And I mean, I always tell people, it's like I don't really erase mistakes. I just erase things. I draw with that needed eraser,
Mm-hmm.
instead of, even here, all this stuff up here on his hat,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's barely even defined. You know what I mean? But it's enough. And why is that? Because there's other things supporting it. Like, this whole idea of this kind of dandy looking guy, there's other things supporting it, like the frilly collar. And even the frilly collar, throw down a pencil value, then just hit it, the little specularity on it. Same thing on his hair. There's a lot of things supporting it. That type of hat has that kind of thing on it. If I had this top part here, if all I had was the hat, I'd have to add more stuff. I'd have to clarify it a little more. But once it goes onto his head, he's got the white hair and the big mustache and the frilly collar. It all works together. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
They're
Yeah.
all supporting players that are supporting each other. Okay.
Okay.
And you kind of have to think of it that way. And I'm trying to find this other one. I mean, even these are really simplified. They're pretty simplified. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm trying to find this. So what I'm trying to do is sometimes I'm using, here's another one of stylizing stuff, by the way. And this was, I went up to Big Bear. I think it's where it was. Yeah, Big Bear. I think I went up there to draw something. I stopped to get lunch and there was nobody in there to draw. And I don't know what was going on. Anyway, I just looked in the parking lot and I go, oh, to start stylizing the cars. You know what I mean? I don't usually do that. So it's kind of fun to me. I don't care about cars. They're just uninteresting to me. But if I start stylizing and playing with them, pushing them, pulling them, then they start to become kind of fun for me, right?
Yeah, that looks like fun.
Where's this stupid? There's 2, if I can find it. Oh, wait. Okay, so even all this stuff here looks like a lot of stuff. It's really not. You know what I mean? And then there's various things supporting the idea that it's a lot of stuff. It's really not. It's like, I don't know, what is that, 20 very simple shapes? You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And a lot of times I don't draw it that way. I draw it more like this, where there really isn't a whole lot of information here. I started that just as a random shape, and then I just give you enough junk in it to drive the idea home of it's a hoard pile, it's a pile of junk or whatever. Does that make sense?
Yeah, thank you.
And I want to find one more if I can, which is a more finished drawing, but it still gets the idea across. Might be easier for me to find it here. Hang on. And then also, by the way, I could come in here and go, and start to go, because my hands aren't warmed up, so. Put my rose idea, in here. Yeah, a little shine. Also, another thing I'm doing is I'm sort of making bigger statements. When I stylize it, I'm making bigger statements than I'm not really, I'm not that concerned with proportion. I'm concerned with proportion in the sense that the drawing works. I'm not concerned with proportion in the sense of, you know, I can make that thing a little bigger and simplify it. And you know, if you look at like prop designs or things like that, you'll see a lot of simplification and kind of chunking things up and things like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know, because once I have a handle on this, and I'm also, it's the same thing we're talking about with people. I'm not trying to make a perfect representation of that thing. I'm trying to use that as an inspirational jumping off point, right? Or even keys, you know, because I just drew some keys for some reason. You know, have this, you know, make sure I see that popping out in the fogs on this side. I might make one of the buttons bigger. You know, just like that kind of thing. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I'm just thinking, don't be so literal about
Yeah.
everything.
Yeah.
Okay.
And also eliminate things that don't, it's a really good okay, so another thing about this is another thing that you're doing, it's what we've been doing all along. When we go out, when we were going out to on location, that's the reason I love doing that, is because you start off being overwhelmed by it and not knowing how to attack it. And then you start going, okay, I got to turn this stuff into, it looks like a whole bunch of stuff, but if I mass it together, it's about 5 shapes. And then I start dealing with those shapes. And then the other half of it is editing. Like, I don't need that. I don't need that, you know, and I'm going to move that tree back over there and so on and so forth. Right.
Mm-hmm.
So this also helps you edit. Like, everybody thinks that again, everything I do isn't what it is. I know that sounds stupid, but it isn't. So this isn't just about like, hey, here's stylization. Stylization can make you really hyper analyze, or what do you want to call it, shape, and also editing. Because you're going, you know, you start doing this and then people go, oh, I'm not getting every little button in there and there's 14 buttons and I have to have 4. No, it's like, just give me the idea of that. Does that make sense?
Yes.
And I keep trying to find this, even though it's more of a finished drawing, it's still kind of the same idea. Hang on. And I really hate what they did with Flickr. I don't use Flickr anymore, but it really screwed it up. Anyway. Where is it? Weird. Oh, here it is. Yeah, it's a little bit different idea, but still. Even this here, like this looks like a more complex thing, right? And
Yeah.
the only reason these are tighter is because these were for imaginary and I had to tighten them up. But when you get in on it, and this is not a very big scan, you can see it's pretty simple, these shapes. It's basically this light value shape against this dark value, and that's it. And then I turn the tracing paper and I folded it right in half, and then I just mirrored the other side on the other side.
Ah,
Right?
that's how you do that.
So it was symmetrical.
Uh-huh.
But look at it, there's not a lot here. It has this little egg and dart thing, which is just this little pattern here. This little pattern here is just a repetitive, you know, I don't know why it's not in there. I love these computer problems. They're really cool. Oh, that's why. Okay, it was me. It's just this repeat pattern of this thing.
Okay. I didn't know that was called egg and dart. There's
Yeah,
a
I didn't either. I had a monster badass art director who knew everything. He goes,
uh-huh.
"Cool egg and dart pattern in there," and I go, "What the hell's an egg and dart?"
Okay.
You know. And what was cool about him is he tolerated my ignorance of how many things I didn't know. You know. But anyway, if you look at these shapes, they're all really simple shapes. Like this is just a line against a dark, right? Shape against a dark shape. And that's all this is. Look, this is just this little pattern and then that. I mean, there's not a whole lot to it, okay?
Okay.
And by the way, I always jump back to this shape language because I remember this shape language. And if this is also, you only saw this in the movie for a couple of seconds in a shot, you know, so I had to go and get that freeze framed or whatever and come back and then kind of build out the rest of it. And then all these things are fairly simplified versions of everything. I mean, these are a little more finished out because I had to hand these off to show set, so it's a little different, but it's still the same idea, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is probably, you know, and I'm basing it on what was in the movie and blah, blah, blah. But we can do that with anything, okay? And I like to look at it and just, I love especially with everyday items, I really love playing with everyday items because it's on me to make them interesting or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah.
And they're not, you know, the thing with prop design, and I don't know if I said this before in a post or what, I don't remember, but the problem with prop design is always taught sort of like, hey, make this weapon for Star Wars or something. It's like, to be honest with you, it's not that hard to do that in a weird way because you're like, it's a fantastic thing. You know what I mean? Hey, design a spaceship. Well, it's a fantastic thing. So I have so much stuff I can hide behind with that, especially in a language like Star Wars or any kind of animated thing or those kind of sci-fi movies. You can go pretty much off the cliff on it, but like, okay, now where it really separates, you know, the people who really know what they're doing from the ones who don't is this kind of everyday object thing. There's a guy who I like a lot. I have his book in my office here. Who does it, you know, he does this kind of thing. He posts a lot of his sketchbook stuff. I think I've referred to it before in here. But I haven't looked at it. I know he has a sketchbook page that I think is cool. Like, look at this, Susan, look at this. You see how this area, I can't get my brush the right thickness. This area right here is confusing. So,
It is.
So
Yeah.
what is that there?
Yeah, I just had to draw it because it's a logo for my son's college. It's a
Right.
buffalo. So
But is it
doesn't
like
look like
a is it
buffalo.
like a cut rubber keychainy thing?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so then, you know, you draw your buffalo shape. I mean, I don't know what this thing looks like. Whatever it is, you know, start off with that. And then they usually have, you know, a containment line around it. And get it, a lot of times too, you got to go, I've got this thing. This can overlap. Okay, so here's the thing. This key can overlap with that fob pretty easily, because we know what a key looks like. Everybody does. We know what a
Mhm.
key fob looks like. Everybody does. But then you get into a thing like that cut rubber thing that might have a die cut shape around it and all that kind of stuff. I don't have a familiarity with that, you know, up to a point. So
Yeah.
that you got to get probably cleared away from this other stuff to so I see it better and it separates it away from it,
Mhm.
right? It can even be in front, like here, like in overlapping this key and giving me a good view of what it is.
Yeah.
Because we also know that there's little trinkety things that people put on their keychains, right?
Mhm.
So those three things together, I can put together in a way that it's readable and understandable.
Okay.
Okay. So simplification and indication, right? You don't want to over render everything, right? And this is, by the way,
Right.
this is all going to marry back to the thing you want to do. You know what I mean? And I go back again to those Adolf Menzel drawings where I go,
Mhm.
they're very painterly and they're really edited. Not, you know, not every one of them, but I mean, most of them are pretty edited.
Okay.
Let me see if I can find this. I mean, almost everybody's drawings are edited. So I like this page here. But just everyday things,
Mhm.
right? Taco, a toaster, food or whatever, pizza, burger, you know. And look at this toast. That's a really nice little stylization, right? Really
Yeah.
pushing that little top shape on the, you know, really pushing it out. You know, sushi or whatever that's called, that thing, so on and so forth, right? Just really nice, simple stuff. Let me get rid of it. Even this, he's just simplifying all these just the way we were talking about before. We have that leaf shape going to shadow values, doing the same thing here, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I love these right here. And those are great, right? And then there's another guy. I always forget about John Navarro for some reason. And I landed on some of his stuff yesterday or the day before for some reason. Yeah. But I think it's in car drawings or something. Yeah. How can I not find him? Should have spelled his name wrong or something. Yeah, I'll find him in a minute. Anyway, he had some really cool vehicle designs that were really pushed. You know, I'll find them because actually I wanted to show them to you guys.
Okay.
Um,
Thank you.
and again, I'm not trying to push you into stylizing everything. I want you to hyper focus in on those shapes, hyper focus in on editing,
Mhm.
and you'll see how it relates back to your just observational work and the kind of straight work you want to do, right?
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, let me go through here. Where's Carnegie? Is Carnegie here? Yeah? There he is. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, you got a lot of strong drawing stuff. Like here, though, you like animation, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I think we could start loosening some of this stuff up. But not that much, you know. Especially here in this beard, you can kind of break his beards for the most part. They don't have a hard edge defining them. They're got a, you know, it's a softer edge because it's hair, right?
Yeah.
Back here, I might put a little value back here. Maybe even if nothing's here, I might have put a little that. But see how we just kind of soften up those edges and stuff? Carnegie?
Hmm?
You see how we're just softening up edges and loosening things up?
Yeah.
Love this one here. Love this. And yeah, I like it as a big shape. No, okay. Love this. Yeah, I mean, that was cool. I'm not complaining about that. And you guys understood the idea that like a car is basically just two blocks on top of each other, right? Yeah?
Yeah, I got it.
Well, you guys are sleepy today, man. Gotta wake up. Okay. It's great. It's a really nice expression. Again, I think we can loosen it up a little. Love this. I think these can get a little darker. Not everywhere, not the same level of darkness everywhere. Maybe I could get a few little more dark shapes in there, like that. Love that. That's a good expression. Good expression. When you're starting to do it here, you put a loose hair there. Love this. That's great. What's the goal, Carnegie?
For what?
What do you want to go into a higher, you know, school, top tier school, or what?
Yeah. I hope I can make it into CalArts.
Start looking at the CalArts thing, because CalArts is, I don't know if have you looked into their admission process at all?
No, not recently.
Okay, it's a weird admission process, and I keep, and of course now I can't do it right now. I keep wanting to try and make an appointment with them and find out exactly what that process is, because it's really unclear. Obviously, it's a great school, but I'm not a big fan of their admission process. So just kind of look into it now when you're not doing it right now. That's the best time to research it. You know, they want a sketchbook. And I think part of what they want in their sketchbook is, I don't think they want to just have like, okay, this person can draw really well. I think they want to also show some personality in your drawing, show some playfulness in your drawing, show that you're starting to sort of stylize and do things like that and have a point of view. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
But having said that, it's really opaque, because I had one student who was, she just got in, took her 3 years, really focused on just going to that school. There's a weird cult around that school that I didn't know about until a couple of my students started pulling me into that process. And like with her, I'm not sure if she really wants to have a career or if she just wants to get into CalArts. It feels like it doesn't even, I had a conversation with her, and I go, it doesn't even look like you're having any fun with your work or anything. It seems like all you do is just have this weird focus about CalArts. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And also, I didn't know this. There's sort of a weird social media cult around that school where once a kid gets in, hey, I got into CalArts, all of a sudden they get all these followers, and it almost feels like there's a certain segment of kids who want to go to that school. That's the only reason they want to go, because they get a lot of attention of it online and stuff like that. It's a really odd process, and I can't quite figure it out. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because they don't. It's odd because you look at, like, because kids were showing me sketchbooks, and you'd see 5 sketchbooks, and it's like on YouTube or something, like, hey, here's my sketchbook that got into CalArts. Again, part of the social media attention thing. And I'm looking at them and I'm going, I don't think these are very good, right? And then she showed me this guy who didn't get accepted, who I thought was really good. So it's weird. I can't quite figure out what their process is. And they seem to want to kind of keep it opaque. So if you start kind of researching it now and figuring it, and by the way, having said all that, that school's got a tradition of cranking out monster great people. So it's a good school.
Yeah.
I mean, Glenn King went there, Brad Bird went there. I mean, everybody went there. So I totally get it, but just start researching it now when you don't need to. And so you have some time to sort of go, I think I got a handle on this. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But it looks to me like you've got some really good draftsmanship going on, which is going to, how long have you been in school?
This is my 2nd semester right now.
Oh, okay, good. And how old
Sorry
are you?
about that. I'm 19.
Oh, that's great. And this is where you started here, right?
Yeah, that's the first one.
Yeah, that's great. That's great. Are any of these contenders for your project?
I was gonna do the accordion
Oh, that's right. I think we talked about that last week, right?
guy, but I could L from that, I guess.
You what?
What?
Well, I didn't catch that last line.
Oh, I said I could use elements from that character, but I was gonna do the accordion guy. I did last
Oh, that's
week.
fine. I think you showed me that last week. I remember. You got a lot of good stuff here. Okay, just keep doing it. Keep pushing it. Do you have any questions?
How do you stylize cars? I'm kind of bad at that.
Basically, it's the same process. And I did a couple in that video, I think. So it's the same thing where I'm going, okay, if I'm starting with, and modern cars now are a little different. Part of the reason I started with that Datsun 510, I love the Datsun 510 anyway. It's my favorite car, but it's also so clear in its shape language, right?
Yeah.
Which is this. So if I have this, oh, I know why I couldn't find that guy's stuff, because I want to show you some stuff. If I have this, I'm doing a really bad drawing of this. If I have this idea, right? That's just too crappy a drawing. Hang on. If the idea of my car is 2 blocks stacked on top of each other, and then a couple of ellipses, and if I'm drawing it more straight, this comes down now, comes down a little there, so on and so forth, okay? But I can start right away going in and going, okay, I'm gonna do this like, I'm just gonna play with the proportions maybe. Let me get rid of this one. I'm gonna pop this way up maybe. So now my top block is this. And then maybe I'll really shorten this up a little bit just to screw with my proportions. I'll tilt that back a little more. Do really tiny tires. Put my little steering wheel in there. Again, pop this forward, round it off. Put my lights there. Maybe I'll make the bumper a little bigger. Knock that down. Put a door in it. My chair here. whatever they call it, seat, back seat. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think I get it better now.
Yeah, or if if you're doing a hot roddy idea, it's kind of the opposite shape language where they do this or whatever, and then this becomes very low profile. Because they chop the tops and all that, right? And then maybe I put the motor sticking out of here, the big scoop on it, start doing all that kind of stuff.
And Mike, sorry.
Go ahead.
I have a question with that. We're jumping off of that. So, if you were to draw a different perspective of the car where all four wheels are shown, how do you go about making sure?
You're not going to see all four wheels.
Okay.
Well, you could if it was sort of like a more lower profile, maybe slightly. Like here, I'm looking down too much. Okay.
Yeah, because I'm looking at. Oh.
I could see them this way.
Right.
So yeah, I could see them like that. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, something like that. Sometimes when I do it, it doesn't look believable where the wheels are aligned with each other. So I'm just wondering if there's a shortcut for you to.
Yeah, I mean the shortcut basically is like if I put this wheel here, and the other thing is I can't have the camera view too high. I've got to have it lower.
Right.
Right. And then if I put this here, I can just go, well, here's my perspective line basically, right? So if I just kind of come down here,
got it.
And I pull that, and the same thing here, now I've got both my perspective lines, and then this one, let's say we're going to put the box here. Bigger bumper. Maybe this is some kind of pickup or something. Put some lights up here on one of those pole things, whatever those are called. Maybe give it heavier duty, whatever you call those, fenders.
Mm-hmm.
Back here. My dad's truck used to have a wing. They don't have them anymore. Used to have a wing bin in it. And then you could do the same thing. Let's say that this window split here, let's say, right?
Yeah.
Then I can follow that around the top, and that way I know I'm dropping it sort of in the right spot on the other side, and then I put that in silhouette.
Okay, yeah.
See, now I want to put something huge in the whatever you call it, the bed. I don't know what though. I might drop that down a little more. Maybe it's a fire truck. I don't know, right? But we're doing the same thing. This is and now I know that guy's name. Hang on.
Thank you, Mike.
No, hang on. Give me 2 seconds. Come on. I mean, this guy has such cool shape language. I'm trying to find his vehicles. Finally. Look how push those are. You guys see that?
Yeah.
It's going.
I like.
Yeah, these are great. Look at the ratio or the relationship of these wheels to this big bulky mass, right? I mean, he went really nuts on these, and they're so fun. His stuff is just great. The shape language with Pete. Look at these. I'll put a link on Canvas for this guy if you don't know him. Look at these. I mean, super pushed. This is a great one right here. All these. Right? And you can see how simple these are, how he's starting them really simply. Anyway, those are great. Get rid of that. Oops. Where's Jesse? Is Jesse here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, here's some. Oops, let me get rid of these other ones first. Those are yours. Those are yours. Mine. Okay, these are good. Now be careful when you're doing one on a page and one on a page and that kind of thing, right? You want to fill them up. Yes?
Yeah, absolutely. I kind of wasn't feeling that inspired this week, so I didn't really get a
You're
whole
not
lot.
allowed to be, you're not allowed to be uninspired.
Gotcha.
The thing is that I'm trying to get you to is, and look, we're all uninspired once in a while, I get it. But I'm trying to get you that your methodology can kind of trump uninspired thinking or whatever, right? Because I always love to draw. I always like to pick up a pencil and draw all the time. I mean, I get discouraged when I have a bad day and they're just terrible.
Yeah.
But I have enough technique and all that experience, whatever, that I can usually kind of overcome it a little bit, usually, right? And then once in a while I have a friend of mine said this to me one time. I was talking to her on the phone or something, and I go, hey, what's going on? She goes, I forgot how to draw. And she's like me, she's been drawing forever. And I go, and I don't know why that stuck with me. I go, every now and then I go, I just forgot how to draw. You know what I mean? And it's really weird. And then I had these periods. I had a really long one actually during this, I think last term maybe, where it was a couple of months where I'm like, God, I don't, what's going on? You know what I mean? And there's a certain thing that happens in my brain, and I'm assuming it happens to everybody, where when you're really seeing shapes and you're really on, something happens with like the way you're seeing shapes and the way you're breaking them down and putting them together that just feels really good, and it's all locking together really well. And I'm like, man, I'm just seeing everything. It feels more about seeing than anything. And then sometimes it's like, boom, it just goes away. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
And that's
absolutely.
when I get uninspired.
Mm.
But that's when I just start beating myself up, which is also a stupid thing to do. Oh, this one's great. You're really starting to push it now. So if I'm doing that.
Oh, you
Yeah.
frozen a little bit.
Huh?
Oh, it froze. I couldn't tell what you were pointing at.
No, I was just playing around with the pose. Like, I think there would be like a pull line right here probably.
Hmm.
I might simplify this hand a little bit when I first built it. Maybe simplify that arm. You know, be careful Not sure where that would come from. Might come this way. You know, maybe one there. That's going to kind of follow that flooring. Soften that edge up a little bit so it feels more fabric-y.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't feel too much like a tube. It feels, you know, more fabric.
Okay.
It's got a little gravity and a little bit of, I don't know what that word is, flexibility or whatever. Again, these, once you get them, come in here and just kind of clean them up a little bit, right?
Mm-hmm.
But you got some really good stuff going on. And then here, mask this all together real nice, however you want to do it. And again, then you can put a few kind of stray things in here. So we're just kind of cleaning it up just enough.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. This one we saw. And then what, was this like one of those rubber malady things?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you might just push the relationship a little harder. Sometimes I'll bow like something in like that maybe,
Mm-hmm.
just to play with it. Might flare out the bottom. It's got that cut line in it. You know, and you can keep pushing it and pushing it and pushing it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Bigger statement here, same thing. Get that nice ellipse in there. And then remember, when you these things bow, sometimes I'll even do like a little guideline for myself. And so they'll both, where it bends in, both of them will line up.
Okay.
And then down. And then am I seeing this one time? Sometimes if you turn this a little bit and you think of this as, and I know I'm making it into a flat panel, but I'm going to make a point. Then this sort of comes in like that maybe. So then I've got an overlapping shape on that handle. Does that make sense? Right? It overlaps this shape.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then I can go in here and then design this scheme. However you want to do that.
Okay, cool.
Everything is designed, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is great.
Thank you.
Okay, but I want you to get how we're starting to kind of just, once you get that loose line in there, then we can kind of come in and clean up a little, just a little bit. We don't want to over clean it up, right? Yeah?
Yeah, thank you. That was super helpful.
And then here, again, if we could, that can go into shadow or something, and we got that to highlight her face. Don't get too dark with this value. So on and so forth, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'd probably lean on the eyelashes a little more. So we can get a little bit of value in here. Could probably come in here. A little highlight in there. A little more of that cheek mask right there. That's too much. Just a hint. Yes. So this is great. I can kind of get a sense of that little pad right there.
Mm-hmm.
So you're starting to see that, which is really good. This is the first semester you've been here, right?
This is my second semester.
Oh, is it? What did you take last term?
Beginning life drawing.
Oh, okay, that's right.
Like the intro classes.
Good. And, oh, you have Foster for that, right? We talked about that.
Yeah.
You always say it like you always sound all bummed out when you say it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know, I've heard that before. Now here, we might be able to go, now look, we can break this down. Everybody needs to understand this. We got this simple breakdown. So let's say, let's really define this and go, this is sort of a triangular shape. but then, okay, so let's just say we're going to say this is the sort of shape breakdown, right?
Mm-hmm.
So then I go, okay, can I go, and this is where your life drawing kind of thing comes in. Can I kick that hip out a little bit? And then maybe this leg here, and this leg, you know, is a little off over here or something, right? So I can start to get a little more dynamic pose. Sometimes I have to do a couple of them to figure it out. Now he's like the guy with the big, you know, the belt buckle. Somebody on, I was listening to a podcast yesterday. He was talking about, you know, it's hard to explain the whole thing, but he was talking about he always sees in the scene that the cops from the whatever the 40s break in from Boston, and they all have their pants up under their chest. You know what I mean? Those old timey dudes. So I think if you actually might be able to do a front pose like that, but you know, maybe break the legs up a little bit somehow. Does that make sense? Did I lose you?
Uh-oh. It's breaking up really bad.
Am I?
It was for a sec, but I think you're back.
I hate that.
It's like only when you're about to say something that
Actually matters.
you can smell it, yeah. Zoom can sense it.
Yeah, I agree with you. But having said that, it's pretty damn good software. You know,
Mm-hmm.
I love the simplicity of it. You know, I don't think it's Zoom's fault that it does that. It's just that the whole world's online right now. It's really weird that we're not having more problems, actually. Does that make sense?
Uh-oh. We lost that whole thing. Or I did at least.
It wasn't that important. Okay, so you can hear me now, right?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm just trying to jump off a little bit on your thing, maybe push it a little bit. Maybe I'll push his chin way out here. Got this jowly thing, which I love. Maybe I can see the other cheek a little more. I love the little hat. Who is this guy?
This is just a guy from my imagination.
Okay.
Just probably things I've taken from other drawings I've done. But then I looked up tiny cowboy hat because that
Yeah.
I couldn't just.
I have this thing, and look, everybody does, I guess, right? That whole idea of like a tiny little hat or something like that, I still think it's funny.
It is.
Yeah, it is. And but like try a bowler hat, because then I put a bowler hat on him and I go, oh, that changes a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Or it could be like a big, because you got kind of a cowboy hat. You know, could it be longer and more ridiculous?
Mm-hmm.
So I just try different things. There's a lot of times just changing like a bowler hat or pushing that shape. It just keeps leading me. I'm trying to get my brain to start leading me down a path sort of organically. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. Because
And
I
then
think
start getting things like, you know, I go, he's got his little hat on. He's got a little bow tie. You know, we could get some buttons there, pocket, and all that stuff. I'd be careful with the feet both facing out like that. I'd have one more, you know, and I pull the legs, you know, I get the legs into a little more naturalistic pose, right?
mm-hmm.
And then if you start going, I like this guy's shape language, you know the shape language, it's this simple breakdown, right? Then you can start really playing with it because you just are starting with, I was just talking to somebody this week about this. This is a really ballsy drawing right here.
Ballsy in a good way, or like I was pushing it too far?
No, in a good way.
Oh, okay.
Like you took on that's a tough pose. And that's a tough thing to convey. All this stuff, to me, you keep going in and solving these problems. You know what I mean? And exploring them a little bit and putting them in a little bit different scenarios. And like, is this tipped over?
Yeah. I kind of didn't work that way. I got over it.
I might turn it this way maybe towards the viewer.
Mm-hmm.
And then you can put your little. And the only thing you got to do with this, let's do it like this. You know. You got to go. You got to think, you know, you got an ellipse here, right? Then you got another ellipse that's going to open up a little wider. And then you just got to kind of connect them. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, let's put this up here, put this on multiply. And then we could go, this is a simple way to do like reflective water. I'm going to smudge it up a little bit. And normally I'm not this broad strokes with it. I get a brush that gives me a nice tone and just throw it in there.
Even if you're doing a drawing with pencil, you use.
Yeah, I would do the side of my pencil, same thing I just did. And then I would just take my kneaded eraser.
God damn it.
And
That
just,
whole
okay, go ahead. Can you hear me?
The side of the pencil? Yeah.
I take the side of the pencil and put that tone down like I just did, right? And then I take my kneaded eraser and do this.
Oh, okay.
And just pull out my little reflections. You see how it starts to feel reflective?
Mm-hmm.
And that's it, right? And then I'd add this. I'd add my little, oops, my little martini in there, or my little olive fell out of there too. Right?
Yeah.
Again, why am I going to do that? Everybody, those are all things that work together. The glass, the martini glass, and the olive is you know what I mean? And it gives me another thing to spill out of the glass, right? Or I could even put it over here, get it away from there, and have me another little object here. And then I could do this. Then I can reflect the martini, or I can reflect the little olive into the glass, into the spill, right?
Mm-hmm.
Knock it down a little bit. There. Now you have a little secondary thing. Why do I want the secondary thing if I can have it? Because now I have an actual object reflecting into the reflection. It drives the point home of reflection even more, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then in here, I'd probably get a little bit of down here. You know, it usually has a little bit of reflective quality down, or you know, just shapes down there. That's it. Okay.
Awesome. Thank you.
Okay, so there's that one.
Can you talk a little bit maybe also about like kids' proportions? I was looking a lot at what's his name? Carter. I can't think of his last name. Starts with
Carter
a B.
Goodrich.
Or a G, yes. Like the proportions on his kids' drawings are so interesting.
Well, he's usually doing a big head shape, sort of this little body shape kind of thing, right?
Yeah.
And
And I like
again,
that.
huh?
Sells it. I said I like that. I think it sells it pretty well, but
Absolutely.
I was wondering if there's other ways that you could depict a child's proportions, or if that's a pretty
That's a
solid way.
pretty standard one, to be honest.
Okay.
There's a couple of things. I mean, there's sort of, um, there's the like when boys get a little older, like I'll give them that, and I'll give them that Adam's apple with the long neck, that gawky kind of thing. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
This kind of thing where they're sort of lanky. They haven't grown into their feet yet. I'm talking a little more teenagery. Sometimes the arms feel like they're a little long. Now, then they start getting that snotty attitude, that kind of stuff. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Or even sometimes with kids, he probably does it too. I don't know. I have to go look at him. You can have those kind of big ears, big eyes, kind of a little mouth. And then, again, you can put in that little spindly neck and back to the same proportions we just talked about. Maybe he's got a basketball. The shorter legs. Again, young boy and girls can have a sort of big gawky feet. Same thing you see with puppies, right? They have the big feet they haven't grown into.
Yeah.
Gawky, weird proportions. I mean, I've seen pictures of myself in, like, I don't know, 6th grade or whatever. I'm like, it's you can look at it with anybody, and you can kind of see where that face is going to go later. But when they grow into their features in a more proportional way, it's like stuff's out of proportion, sort of, right? Another thing I'll post, though, is I'll find Andrew Loomis's. He has a page on like child proportion and I think adult proportions or whatever, but he kind of breaks it down in a real systemic way. Okay. And also the kids, they're cheeky too. Like they have a big cheek mass. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And also, again, you don't want to indicate too much nose. It might be just a little indication of the nose, like a little button nose, and you're just kind of indicating the little shadow under the nose. Or I think Carter Goodrich does a lot of stuff where he has these big eyes. And then he has sort of a little button nosy kind of thing, right?
Yeah.
And then these little mouth kind of ideas. They can have a little more of that kind of thing. Real soft. Everything's a little softer. Does that make sense? Or turn into a girl? That's a little older, but does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
So what you want to do when you look at things like anything, like it's good to learn the proportions. I'll put that up, but make sure when you're looking at kids that you're really looking at like what from life. So you put these two things together, that you're looking at them and going, what makes them look like kids? They have, if I turn the head a little bit, sometimes they'll have this big cheek mass right here, and the ears over here, and the eyes are here. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
A lot of times it feels like their features are sort of pushed into their face a little bit because, everything's sort of small and kind of put together a little more. Mm-hmm. And then sometimes you got to really kind of look at it and go, kind of looks like this to me, and just run with it. And then throw the whole idea of what the naturalistic proportions are and just go, wow, when I make the ears really kind of bigger and I drop them down a little bit, it's just more kid-like. And you have a new shape language that you just invented that's your own thing that you go, I don't really know why that works, but it works. It feels more kid, right? Mm-hmm. Just like I said with old guys, for some reason, I always drop their ears down. I don't know why. And I do know why, because it's just something that my brain sees, even though it's really not happening. And then when I started using it, I go, that just kind of works on old guys, you know? Make sense?
Yeah, thank you. I think there's
This is
just
really good for me too, because that's
Oh.
what I'm trying to draw for my my character is a little kid.
Yeah.
Great.
It's all, you know, I think the reason I like Carter Goodrich so much is that he's such a good example of, like, you do those drawings, you go, those are so ridiculously simple, but they're so great. And they say everything they need to say, you know, and I'm one thing I'm always trying to do in this class, or in any class, is get you guys to start seeing down the road a little bit. So I'm trying to compress your time frame of things that are going to happen naturally to you that took me a lot of years to figure out because nobody told me this. But if somebody had told me it early on, I would have been like, oh, cool. That would have cut 2 years off of me finding that. Okay. And some things they did tell me and cut years off of. But I just think it's a good thing even if you're not, if you understand the concept of it, then you're going to start honing in on it and you're going to get it faster. Does that make sense? Jesse?
yes, that makes sense.
Okay. Let's go. Where's Emily?
Right here.
These are interesting.
They were fun.
Good. It's a lot better if they're fun. A lot to be said as a motivator for fun.
Yeah.
And look, we all struggle with it and have days that, and sometimes it's just flat out hard work, but I think it's got to be fun. I'm trying to find my hoodie. All right, there we go. This one right here is interesting. That's an interesting drawing right there.
Yeah. For some reason the Earth's World website like wasn't working on my computer last night. So I like typed in Google like people's mugshots.
Oh yeah, that's good. Yeah, whatever, right?
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
and
So I
sometimes I
was
just
like,
type
what
in
are the
obvious.
weird,
Go ahead.
like there's a lot of like weird looking people that get their mugshots taken.
Yeah.
So
There's this billboard out here in the, I don't know, I think I see it down in the desert. I'm not sure where I saw that. To that point of mugshot. There's a really specific, old gangster mugshots from like the 30s or whatever have a very specific look, and the guys in them look a certain way. And there's this like lawyer, like ambulance chasing lawyer out here. I forgot his name. And it's like, call whatever his name is. And they have this picture of him, and it totally looks like a mugshot of a gangster from the 30s. Right? And then I saw it recently, and they'd photoshopped it somehow. Like they colorized it or something. They did something weird to it that made it look even more like that. It was such a weird, I'm like, who thought that that's a good photograph of that guy? It makes him look like a criminal, and he's a lawyer, you know? But he's a total ambulance chaser. This guy's kind of interesting. You know, okay, so are you starting to play around with these ideas for potentially for your project?
yeah.
So this guy, I'm wondering if you could go, who is this guy? Oh, is this some guy you found online?
Oh, that one I came up from my head.
Wow, that's pretty good.
Kind of a combination of what I've seen on Earth's World.
I might try pushing his mouth out a little bit, but even pushing this bottom jaw out a little bit. Really push that brow line. got this funky hair. So like here, I could mask that a little bit and then pull off these little fuzzy, right?
Yeah. You could, yeah.
I'm just trying to simplify it a little bit. And then like here, I could go, he's got a gut, oops. Got a gut. You know, I could have his shirt kind of pull away from his belly a little bit. And then that
Hmm.
belly to live under there.
Yeah. That reads so much better, and it's like such a little thing.
Yeah, all this stuff is little stuff. That's what I say is what I like about doing overlays is that you guys already set this. So it's just like jamming back and forth. Somebody, you know, it's like playing music with somebody where they throw out a phrase and then you go, ooh, I got something for that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
This would probably drop down a little bit. The gut usually hangs over a little like that, over the pants. And then that sort of, that kind of idea there. I'd probably put a
Mhm.
pocket here. Again, I might pull the pants out a little bit there so there's a flap overlap. Put this here. And then, like, if he has sandals on, you know, I'll really make that point by putting a strap and a, you know, the bottom part of them on. Probably do something like that. Simplify. And then, like, if he has stripes on his shirt, I might go a little bigger with my brush. Or with, use the side of your pencil. And also, I mean, it's obvious, but you might have a tattoo here.
Yeah.
And also, I'd probably put some big beefy hair on his arm, maybe this kind of thing.
Uh-huh.
Looks a little bit like a bruiser. And then see if I can, oops, find some. This one back here, I might just throw in a silhouette, that pant leg. Same thing on his
Mhm.
legs. I might put some hair on his legs. And so we'll just, and then I go, let's flip it. Sorry. Yeah, he's a little off, right? So let's go, let's just flatten this. Let's do this. Let's take this guy out. And first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to kind of get him a little more like that. That might be all you need to do. Let me see. Just to get
Yeah,
him.
I noticed when I was drawing him that like the balance, like there was a lot on top, and so it'd probably be like leaning if or like the way that I was drawing it, but I was pressing so hard that it was like kind of hard to erase
Yeah, and
it.
you could, and then you could, then I look at the shape language and I go, okay, can I simplify it some more if I, and I'll do some little thumbnail-y things. So, maybe I can push this idea a little more. And just see how much more I can simplify it. And also, I might go, well, I'll push this proportion even more. Where I've shoved this together a little more, this area. Hang on. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Maybe I'll make the legs a little shorter. Maybe I'll push this idea a little more, you know, make them a little more, again, shorter legs, arm down to here. You know, and then I'd come in here with the bag and do exactly what we've been talking about with the everyday stuff and go, you know, maybe I can push this shape quite a bit. Oops. Make more these a little more prominent. You know, and I'd go and do a couple of passes on the bags if this is the guy I want to do. A couple of different takes on the shape language, pushing and pulling things. Does that all make sense?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
And also this arm, you know, there's always the, if you want, there's always the potential that this arm is doing something.
Yeah.
You know, you could be holding something,
Hold.
be holding somebody's head. I don't know why. But I just throw anything down because it'll spark ideas, right? I don't know why, but my viewing window is like way down. I can't figure out what's going on. Anyway, does that all make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
You got some nice line things going on in here. I love that. Like you're real loose with your line, which is nice. Like this one. And look, I understand, like, you know, in other situations, you know, you might go clean something up, like for a different purpose, and that's fine. What I'm trying to get you to do is be that nice loose. Your drawings are balanced. They're moving around a little bit, you know, and get away from that stiffness, of, you know, that we all have. Especially, remember when we're always fighting that, and when you're first learning, man, it's way worse.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like I said, if I go back and look at my drawings from college, I'm sure I would be horrified. And also horrified that I stood up there and thought these were good.
They're really good.
Huh?
I'm sure they're great.
No, I doubt it. We all start somewhere, man.
Yeah.
No, I'm sure they're not great. Skylar.
Yes.
Okay.
Hello.
Hey, how you doing?
Good.
Okay, I remember this one.
Well, it's a little bit different version of the one, but it's still kind of like this. I'm working on the same character.
Yeah, but I know it's that character, which is interesting. It means that you're developing it, right?
Yay.
That's what I want. Now here,
I'm gonna be honest. I haven't actually watched the video yet. So if you're gonna bring up something about it, I won't know what you're talking
go watch
about.
that first before I go over these. I like this head shape, how geometric it is. I love this bony cheekbone. Now,
Yeah.
and I love this graphic language of the eyes. You know, that it's this sort of. That's really cool. I think now, how do we stylize the nose sort of following this idea? How do we get this out of sort of a naturalistic area and into the same area the eyes are in, right?
I don't know. I don't know.
You could just be doing what I'm doing right now, which is just simplifying. And I screwed the eyes up. You know, these could be, there's a certain, and I like this. I might, yeah, just like that. I'm basically just simplifying it by, because you've already given me sort of it's very geometric and sharp, right?
Yeah.
So then I'm just sort of running with that. You know, can I make this a very simple language? A little more attitude. And just soften it a little. Love this kind of turtlenecky idea. Maybe I'll push the length on that a little bit. So all I'm doing is jumping off of your shape language, which to me read is like, I like this, the angularity of it. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And then I could take this further because you have, let me see if I can cover up this part. Now, you also have the same, a little bit of the same idea going on over here to the right. Who is this guy?
So I just took the similar face, and I thought maybe he could be some kind of like, I don't know, very important person, bodyguard, something like that.
Okay. Some kind of badass, right?
Yeah.
You know, and then there's sort of this, okay, so look at, I love this hourglass shape in here. So that can become the beginning. And now we've, at least for me, exploring this, just looking at it, I'm going, I like the severity of him. I had that feeling when you said that. I go, this guy's some kind of badass somehow.
Yeah.
And then I'm going, okay, so now I've kind of started playing around with the angularity and the geometry that you've set up with the face. And then I start looking for it in the body, and I go, well, I think he should be tall and kind of, or lean, right?
Yeah, I had wanted it to be that way, and then I reached the edge of the page really quickly.
Then you just get another page and keep going.
I guess so.
So I'm going to keep him with this sort of, whatever you call it, turtlenecky idea, but with the suit jacket. You know, and then we could go further. And I also like that you can kind of go, you know, it's like I'm watching Mad Men again right now, right? And this reminds me of that in a weird way. The main character in that, Don Draper, he is always hyper put together. And they show him getting ready for work. His suit's always totally pressed, totally fitted. And then like they show him getting ready for work, and he has one of those little shoe, I forgot what those are called, like a shoe shine kit. And he puts his feet on it, and he like takes the brush thing and he brushes off his shoes and gets his hair all perfect and his tie's right. And he's just clean and crisp. And every time he walks into a room, he scares the hell out of everybody. You know what I mean? It's a total presentation.
Yeah.
I love that kind of thing. You know what I mean? Whatever the presentation is. And then we're also watching Better Call Saul right now. It's a different thing with him. He's always kind of schlubby, and people will never take him seriously because he just doesn't present himself seriously. You know what I mean? Two opposite ends of the spectrum, right? But this guy could be, you know, longer, you know, really make those legs a little longer. Figure out how that's going to work, you know, very. And in this case,
It was weird trying to draw like I don't know. I wanted like a pressed suit pant leg, but also to not just have it go straight. I don't know. Just like doing wrinkles, but also have something that looked somewhat ironed was like a weird
And one thing you can do with that is like,
experience.
okay, the thing with this kind of guy is normally I would be telling you like get him a little more, loose and stuff, but it's all about presentation. If you're presenting that kind of thing, toughness or don't mess with me or whatever it is, it's presentational. It's a little different. Like you're presenting something in a sort of not naturalistic way. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
It's very presentational stance. Okay, now, he's not always going to stand like that. And then you go, okay, does he carry this into his personal life? Like I know people, everybody does. I know people that their entire image, and I always say it's because they don't have anything else, right? Like when I was a kid, or my son was a kid, I'd see those guys where I grew up at Norwalk, and they'd walk with these like ridiculously exaggerated, they were cholo dudes, right? And with these exaggerated walking, right? I go, you know why that guy does that to my kid? And he goes, why? And I go, he's got nothing else. I go, the only thing that guy has in his life is that he's a tough guy. So he's got to constantly show you that. You know what I mean? Everybody knows guys like that. And they're all over the place. Different. I knew another guy. Anyway, just people like that. Never let it go. Never drop that attitude. Never drop the I'm a tough guy thing. This is all I got. Okay. It's a little different thing to me. It feels like he'd be like what you just said.
Oh, cutting out.
Am I? Okay, hang on.
Yeah.
How about now?
Okay, I can hear you now.
This guy's a little different. It would be a professional presentation of that. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
At least in my mind. And then if you look at guys like this, because this is what sparked in my head when I was looking at it. Because there's different ways to handle all these things. This takes forever when I'm online for some reason when I'm doing a class. Okay. Like, look at the angularity of like his shape language right here. You see that? Yeah?
Yeah.
I mean, look at this.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's where my brain went when I looked at it. I went, oh, that's Robert Valley that kind of vibe. I love this guy's stuff. Look at this guy. Look at this shape right here. Or here. Or any of these. This one. This is great. And he does these, look at this one. Look at that. You see it? This blue guy?
Yeah.
Same kind of vibe, right? Because I think he has, I don't know if it's a comic book or something. I think he does some stuff with the Yakuza or something. But he has this way of doing this sort of, I'm trying to find one. It's really great, sort of elongated shape language, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I just think it's super cool. Look at these. So what is that? That's a sort of graphic interpretation of his style. His style is a graphic kind of thing, right? I think it's awesome. He did. How can I not find him? Look at this one. Really elongated shape language, you know? I think you could borrow from that kind of thing. Look at the legs. These are cool. And then you can soften it up if you want and put a few little more naturalistic elements on it if you want. But when you start going down that sort of, like here, this one here, like that pant leg right there is sort of what you just talked about. Look how little he's using. Let me see if I can get bigger on there. Look at that. that's sort of what you just said. All he did was give me a couple of folds right there, and the way the knee jumps in right there, or out right, or look at this one. It's very little like fold language, but it's there. Does that make? And he also puts the that line right there, sort of in what do you call that? Indicates a crease or something like that. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
A crease could be your friend on this, because all you got to do is just kind of run that down the side of the pant leg, or in the front where they crease it in the front or something like that. And that instantly reads as sort of like a crisp pant leg, right?
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, I think like that if you're going to go down that rabbit hole. Because you've already set up the shape language here, you know, and you're interpreting like these, just like we do with whenever you do this kind of stylized stuff, you have to interpret lip shapes, eye shapes, and you've got a nice graphic kind of idea going on in here. Does that make sense? And I'd probably maybe do like, see if I did it. I don't know if I did. Yeah, like maybe keep this upper lip in shadow. Rely less on line for that part. A little more of this. That kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, what you're doing right here. And then, you know, I don't know. I want to differentiate the color, the values here. So maybe it's a, oh, hang on. You know, maybe this, turtleneck is the darker value. And then the coat could be maybe a mid-value gray or whatever you want to do. Or the opposite, it could go the other way. But this is the lighter value. And the suit is, I don't know why I always see turtlenecks as dark, and I don't know why. They don't have to be. Maybe more there. Maybe the suit gets a little darker. I don't know. You have to play with it. But I like that shape language.
Cool.
And then this one, it's interesting because this one you're going a little more softer, a little more naturalistic, and a little less graphic, right?
Yeah, I don't know if I don't know how I subconsciously decide these things, but
Neither do I.
Yeah.
I don't know either. I've said this over and over again. I know it sounds corny, but if you get your skill set up to a certain place and everything, and you hear songwriters say this all the time, where they go, okay, what's your process of songwriting? And they go, I don't know. They go, I just got my antenna up all the time. And then all of a sudden, I write this thing down, and then they go, I don't even feel like I write it. I just felt like I channeled it. And it's the same thing. You know what I mean? Where all of a sudden you just start getting these ideas and you go, where'd that come from?
Yeah.
What's the beauty of it to me? And that's what you have to do. I think the only way you get there is by just doing a lot of drawings and a lot of just free thinking and a lot of just, hey, that's a weird shape. I think I want to pursue that. Now I'm going to, I don't know, whatever. It doesn't even matter. But you got to have that drawing set at the core of it. And that's what releases you to do that and to let your brain just kind of, and then there's story elements that come into that, just like we're talking about with that guy. That, you know, he's got right immediately. I mean, you didn't tell me who that guy was, but I had that vibe about him, that he was some kind of badass in some way, right? And then here, so what I've seen about that is when we talked a while back ago, and you go, I draw this certain way, and I'm having trouble breaking out of it. Well, now you just did a sort of geometric take on something, and then I go here, and this is not a geometric take on something. It's a different take on it. It's a little more naturalistic. Those are two different stylistic variations, okay?
Yeah.
You know, and then what I do is once I start getting the thread of something, and also make big statements, I'm just trying to bulk up your statements here. A lot of good stuff in this. You know, give me, maybe I don't need all those folds. I just need one or two. These could probably get a little value. What kind of belt is this?
Oh, I just thought it was a part of her tutu.
Oh, okay. And then maybe I might, you know, because I always think of this kind of thing, and I go, well, I can probably wrap it around the back a little bit and get a dark value here, clarify this a little bit, you know, and then I go, you know, is this pleated this way or something, you know, I can make it more interesting if it pleats sort of in a zigzag pattern. I like that her feet are kind of turned in.
Yeah.
Love that. And then maybe a little indication of her knee right there. Maybe gray. Maybe I put a, whatever you call that. Maybe that seam, a little bit of the seam on the arm. How old is she?
I don't know. Maybe like 4.
Smoking? Right on. Clarify those eyebrows a little bit. I'd simplify that nose a little.
So I'm okay with her drawing her face straight on or to like a 3/4. But when I have the side view like that directly below, I don't know. Maybe I just don't have enough cheek mass, but it almost feels like a different age.
Oh, this one here?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it feels a little older. I'll make a bigger statement with these pigtails, probably. Maybe a little more of them.
Okay.
This is a good one up here. I think when you're talking about something like that, you have to start just breaking down. I think her nose is a lot bigger here. It feels a little less kid.
Yeah.
Sometimes you can kind of take that nose on a kid, or you know, and kind of tilt it up a little more, make it a little smaller. You know, that kind of thing. You can still have that cheek mask, but it's got to feel more like that cheeky kid cheek mask, not like an old person cheek mask where it starts to, like we talked about before, where it starts to drop all the way down and all that. That starts to become like an old person thing. So there's a little bit of that. You got to do an interpretation. You got to do an interpretation. Kids sometimes have this kind of thing. You're doing it a little bit here, where their foreheads feel a little like weirdly bulbous. You ever noticed that?
Yeah.
And figure out the, you know, how I can interpret that big eye kid shape. So, you know, I have to figure that out. Also, what'll help you, you know, and then you got things you can lean on, like these pigtails. That's kind of a kid thing. So that can help you a little bit. Like there's the thing, again, whenever you're doing these things, it's a cohesive design. Everything's supporting each other. They're not living away from, you know, they're not living separate lives. They all got to come together, and you got to take advantage of certain things that are like, oh, that's a kid-like little thing, and you know, and put them together. It all has to work together. That's all I'm trying to say. Okay, this one's feeling more like the same kid. I like this one too, and I mean, it's up to you, obviously. Okay, you know, clarify things like this, like we just did with her, like here. She got like a superhero fantasy going on here.
Yeah. The picture of the girl that I originally found on Earth's World, she had a Batman cape on with her tutu, and so I just thought that was a really interesting flashing of I don't know, like a girlish childhood, but also like really spunky and rough.
And then you could push this if you wanted to. Like this cape could come down on the ground. It could be longer if you want. or, you know, it might come down a little more gravity down here and simplify it a little bit. You know, at some point you want to kind of really come in and go, where do I want to push? That's the fun of it to me, is to keep making myself push myself harder and harder and harder, you know, because I've done that where I'm working on something and I push it, and whoever I'm working with might come in and do what I'm doing and do an overlay over it and really push the hell out of it. And I go, how did I not see that? You know what I mean? And it's just like, man,
Yeah.
I thought I was really pushing it. And then they come in and just, boom. But part of that is because they have fresh eyes on it. It's like you're running on a, whatever that's called, a relay race. You know, you run out of steam, you hand your baton off to somebody else, and boom, they come out with a new burst of energy, and they're seeing it with fresh eyes, fresh energy. And then if you take that even further, I mean, you don't want to do design by committee all the time, but if you take that further, you got a good team, people do jump in and go, hey, what if you made the eyes a little bigger and you did this, you know? And 3 or 4 people, if they're the right people, can really, I love that collaborative process. I was never a guy, I mean, when I'm doing my own work or whatever, painting or whatever, that's mine. But when it's working at work, I like the collaborative thing. You're collaborating with people who are really good, which is super fun. And you learn so much from them, you know? So every time they're doing something, oh, I never would have thought of that, man. And it's like, they got a different brain, you know, different point of view. And they haven't been looking at the damn drawing for 6 hours like you have. They're just seeing it fresh, you know? That's why the mirror thing comes in. That's the only way you can kind of see it fresh. Okay?
Yeah.
I think this one and the other one does a really nice job.
Awesome. Thanks.
And I want to talk to you about this, so maybe meet midweek with us and watch the video, and then I can talk about this.
Okay. Sounds good.
Because we want to be able to push and pull just about anything. What am I doing? Oh, hang on. Oh, wait. Now I know what it is. Okay. All right. By the way, I have to get a screen grab of everybody. Hang on, I'm going to do it right now. I have to unshare my screen for a second. Oh, here we go. Okay, let me get this. Back to screen share. What are you guys chatting about? You guys are always having this secondary conversation in here. Susan, you had a Datsun 510?
Well, actually, it was my parents. It was orange.
My mom had one. She had the sedan one. I love the sedans.
Yeah, they were cool cars.
Yeah, they were super cool, man. And the other day, not the other day, I guess it was like before this happened. I was at Home Depot, and a guy had because burnt orange is my favorite color, that 70s burnt orange. Mm-hmm. Somebody had a burnt orange 510 in the parking lot at Home Depot. And it was like, to me, and I know car geeks, I don't know if car geeks think about it because I don't know anything about cars. But I was looking at it and go, that's like the perfect car, you know?
Yeah.
And I miss that boxy shape like that. Like nothing's boxy anymore. Everything's like super rounded. And I'm sure that's all aerodynamic stuff probably. Or again, I was watching Mad Men and he buys a...
Oh, maybe he'll come back.
Huh? Was I out?
Maybe it'll come back. You never know.
Yeah. I don't think you can design a car. There's so many, like, and I don't think it's a bad thing. There's a lot of restrictions on it as far as how much gas mileage, I think, now that they get and all that kind of stuff. I'm assuming. But, you know, And those things are like little 4-banger sticks.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Yeah, this was a stick shift.
and they were like pretty. So stick shifts, like even the four cylinders were like they were pretty fast, you know. And they had tons of pickup because they were so little, and they had a stick, you know.
Yeah.
We used to take that thing to. We used to take that thing to La Mirada Regional Park. You ever been there?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's grassy, and we'd go there like late at night, and I guess we just jumped the curb and drive through all those grassy hills with that thing in the middle of the night and like spin it around and do all kinds of crazy stuff with it because it was such a fun little car. I was such an asshole. It was my mom's car. Okay.
Yeah.
Let me find. Okay.
If you like boxy design, have you seen the Tesla truck?
Yeah, that's a different thing. That to me is like, I think the Tesla truck, you know why they did that, right?
Why'd they do it?
Because everybody's bitching about the design, and actually, I mean, I came out of product design and things like that, so it interests me, that kind of thing, transportation design, all that. They did that because they wanted to form the body out of one sheet of metal, I think, and they wanted it to be this insane, durable metal or whatever. So they didn't have the tooling. The tooling doesn't exist to make that out of one sheet the way they wanted to do it. Because what they're doing is they're doing it the body and doesn't have a frame. The body is incorporated into the frame, I guess, right? So stamping technology couldn't do that. It would break the tool, right? So I'm not sure if they score it first or whatever, but they could go boom and bend like big areas like that. They can't do that big curvy thing like you do with a normal car. So it's actually an expression of the tooling and the process of manufacturing it, right?
Yeah, so that's interesting that you brought it up because I was hearing that they had just used the regular Tesla, like the what's inside of it, and then they just kind of plopped that on top and said like, oh, this is what we're working on.
Yeah, and you got to remember too, when you're prototyping and all that kind of stuff, you're doing multiple iterations, and and so I look at it and I go, okay, that car, because the aesthetics are pretty funky on it, but it could be a great industrial vehicle. You know what I mean? Like factory and industry, and who knows? I mean, if people, I don't think it's obviously it's not a super attractive looking vehicle. But and I also look at it and go, like, my old man had a 64. My old man died a couple years ago, and that he died with that truck he bought in 1964, right? And it was a pickup. And my dad and I got a lot of this too. If I had a pickup truck and I was actually using it for work, I don't really care that much about aesthetics. I care that it's functional, it's durable. If I'm using it for like what you back then used to, me and my old man used to go get, tons of gravel for like concrete. We were throwing rocks in it to decorate the backyard. We go out and find rocks and for boulders and all that kind of stuff. That's what we used it for. It was a functional vehicle. So you have to look at to me anyway, you have to look at what the function of that vehicle is, which I think the public doesn't. The public just then goes, oh, that thing's blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, well, what's it going to be for? It's a truck. Like when I was a kid, you didn't have a big dually truck and you kept it pristine and you never used it for work. Why would I buy a big dually truck to drive it around as my everyday vehicle? It makes no sense to me. If I'm not using it for work, I don't want a pickup truck. I don't want to drive this big giant thing. I borrowed Phil's pickup truck to go pick up my bike when I bought my bike. Got one of those big giant trucks. I'm like, this sucks driving this thing around, Like you always feel like you're going to run somebody over because it's so big,
Yeah, and the gas?
Yeah, and gas. It's like 6 miles to the gallon. Anyway, what's the functionality of the vehicle? What's the functionality of the product? And that can drive the aesthetics of the product. When you go into a factory and they have a big whatever machine there, they don't give a damn what it looks like. They want it to be functional and safe. That's it, right?
Yep.
Elon, where you at?
Right here.
And by the way, where's Yvette? Yvette?
She's in the chat. I mean, she's in the participant. I don't know if she heard though.
Okay, so what do you think, Elon?
Didn't had a lot of chances to stylize as much as I want to. I pretty much
All right,
was
we're
kind
kind
of
of all over the place right now. It's everything's
yeah.
sort of fair game right now, so I'm fine with that. Go ahead.
Yeah, pretty much this week is mostly straight on, especially with the everyday objects because
That's
I
fine.
don't draw a lot of props so just trying things here and there. But I'm gonna start playing with my character to this week.
And when you do things like this, I mean, I can come in here.
Can you share your screen?
Oh, sorry. I do that all the time. I blame James for that. Anything I screw up in here, just so you guys know, it's James' fault. It's not my fault. Okay.
Thank you.
I can't help it.
I know. All right, so I'm going to go, maybe I've got a big chunky, instead of this, I've got this. Usually the little number thing on the side, or what that's called. Maybe I'll shrink that down a little bit. Or stub it up. And then, put something in it.
Yeah, I was trying to make it as if the blender is mixing something right now, so I was just trying to see.
And then, like with this cable, or whatever you call it, the power cord, I might have it come out this way.
Yeah.
Do a little overlap right there. And then I can do the big plug up. And then, yeah, you get the big knob right here. And they usually have like these multiple settings on it. Like pulverize and pulse and all that stuff. And if you could see it, if you can read the little names of those things, I probably come up with even dumber names than that, Usually you're not going to see them anyway, so whatever. And so all I'm looking at here is there's a slight flare to it, right? So then I go, okay, can I really, and then I'll usually push it too far and it doesn't work. Push it a little further, maybe make it a little longer. Maybe this now becomes a longer variation on this thing, big knob, cord, This one here looks like the kind when it looks 70s a little bit to me. Again,
yeah,
I might push that.
Geometric.
Yeah, very geometric, a little more vertical. I might put this over here. But here, I might want to get this, because usually the ones that I grew up with, I don't know what they're like now. I think they're still kind of the same. They would have these big buttons right here for all the different modes.
Oh, yeah, I've seen those.
So I'd want to get that in there. This one you can see the blade. I always like to put something there. Same idea, right? Maybe this gets a little chunkier. And just, start pushing and pulling. But I mean, that's just a function of doing it. And again, just getting used to the shapes, and then you just start pushing them. And I just jump on anything. Like I said, there's a little bit of a flare to this, so I can just sort of push that.
Yeah.
Push that little flare. I might just start there. I start with whatever I see, and then I just let it lead me somewhere. And I don't spend a lot of time on them. I spend 5 minutes on them, Because ideally, what I really want this to do is lead me somewhere.
Yeah.
Same thing with these kind of things, right?
Yeah, I was gonna ask, like, how would you stylize things that are like very boxy like that?
Same thing. I might come in here. Oops, no. I might just start off by kind of flaring them.
Okay.
I mean, I'm just going to try anything. And the reality is, like, let's say if you're working on something, you know, love this little, where it does that, big knobs. And then I get the big burners on there.
Okay.
You already did that. I put a pot on here, but I might put like an old
Tea kettle.
coffee pot percolator.
Uh-huh.
And then I put, you know, I don't care what I'm looking at. I might just go, I want to put the little window in it.
Mm-hmm.
I love this little part here. You know, my stuff on there. But you see what I mean? All I did was flare it, basically, right?
Okay.
I mean, it can be anything. Okay, and the reality is, if it's your world, you're doing it for your thing. Okay, see how we just kind of played with that a little bit?
Yeah.
The reality is, if you went onto a show or whatever, I mean, I've had to do this for like play sets, for like girls' play sets and stuff, right? So then it's up to me. But it all has to live in the same universe, right?
Like you broke a little bit.
Oh.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Can you hear me now?
Sorry, can you? Yeah, I can hear you now. Can you repeat that again?
I've had to do things like this even for like kids' play sets, like girls' play sets, kitchen play sets, stuff like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
But if you're going to go on a show, but when I create that, even if it's my own thing, all of it has to live together. It can't be like, okay, this looks like a retro 50s idea, and this looks like this idea, and it can't be. They all have to live together. So I have to start going, oh, okay, I'm kind of flaring everything, and I kind of start applying that logic to different things. Does that make sense?
Okay. Yeah.
Now, the reality is if you came on a show, I don't know why I can never think of a show. What's a show right now? Like an animated show. You got one?
Oh, sorry, you froze.
What's an animated show right now?
Right now,
Adventure Time or something.
Adventure
Okay, there you
Time,
go.
yeah.
I don't know what it looks like, but if you come onto a show like that, they're going to basically go, here's the style Bible for this thing. Here's the shape language and the design language or whatever of this show, and you got to plug into that. And then if they go, hey, you know what, we're going to do this shot in the kitchen. We need a bunch of stuff on the counter. You know what I mean? We need a blender, we need a toaster, we need this, we need that. You gotta jump into their shape language. That's not something just going, oh, I'm gonna do my thing. And people do that a lot, by the way. Students do that a lot where they have some thing they like doing and you give them an assignment and they just start doing their thing on it. And I go, I don't get this. Like you just want to, it's like a lot of people, go ahead.
No, it was just you as there was an echo.
It's like that whole entertainment design, Star Wars-y, James Cameron, that whole thing, that look. And I went to school with guys like this too. It existed when I was there too. That's all they want to do. That's all they want to do. So everything you give them, it ends up looking like a Star Wars blaster. And it's like, you're not a designer, dude. You're just a fan artist. You know what I mean? Like you got to broaden your scope. You got to be a designer. You got to look at a brief and untangle the problem. You're a problem solver. They're giving you a problem for you to solve. So they don't have to.
I agree.
You know what I mean? So you got to get that broad thinking into your head. Okay? And I know I'm probably ranted about this, but I think it's really important. If we're going to have a vibrant aspect of our design or the DART program or whatever that is vibrant and, you know, thinking that way or whatever, we have to be churning out kids who are more design thinkers or students that are more design thinkers and not a bunch of fanboys who just, when I was at Art Center, one thing, and they didn't have an entertainment program there, and I might have said this before, all the guys, it felt like a boys' locker room. It was super testosterone-y. All everybody wanted to design was like weapons and all that kind of James Cameron looking crap. It was so not my thing. You know what I mean? And they didn't think
Mhm.
like designers really. All they wanted to do was that, you know? It was very, very boy. And I was just talking to Rachel Elise when we interviewed her, and she goes, "Oh, it's still kind of like that." I'm like, that's interesting, because the girls that I'm seeing so many women right now that are killing it. And I think part of the reason they're killing it is they don't think like that. They think more like designers. Like Brittany Lee thinks,
She's amazing. Yeah.
absolutely.
Rachel's amazing.
Yeah,
Yeah. I
Rachel's
love her work.
I have a question about design. So I feel like if I'm trying to like bring it out of my head, it feels like very bland and uninspired. But if I pull from reference, it feels like I'm pulling too much from reference and that I can't like make it my own. Like I feel like almost that I'm taking the design instead of like altering it. So
Well,
how
that's basically what we're talking about right now with this stylizing of like this stuff we just talked about with Elon stuff, right? Or Elon.
Mhm.
You're looking at it, and that's a good point, because there is a you have to make sure that you have to walk a line, and I think part of the way you walk that line is you do your research. You start by just drawing sort of straight. You get a handle on how this thing works from a shape language perspective, and then if you get to a point with your drawing has to be good to do this, and then you get to a point where you go, I kind of understand this shape language. Now I'm just going to put all that reference away, and I'm going to start riffing and start coming up with ideas and start coming up with pushing my shapes. For me personally, I don't want to keep looking at reference when I do that.
Right.
Because you can get locked into the reference. It is a weird balance thing. And that's why I think you've got to be really well-rounded with your observational drawing, then observational drawing and taking that into stylization, looking at photo reference, and all these things kind of coming together. Because I say, if you don't sketch observationally, you don't know how to use photo reference. It's going to be flat. You're going to copy it. I look at stuff all the time, actually, in this class. Or no, actually, this class, digital drawing, all those things. And I go, okay, we're starting to do characters, blah, blah, blah. I want to see some poses. And then I go, okay, we designed the character, and now all your poses, I can totally tell are from photo reference. And they're like, why? And I go, you're so off model with your own character because you're copying a photo. And then also it looks stiff. Like it just looks so stiff. And it's because you're just copying a photo. Like once you're, and I'm hoping you'll see this pretty quickly, when you're looking at photo reference and you're used to drawing outside or observationally, you'll see things that don't work. And you'll see things, the camera lies a lot. People don't realize that. And it looks fine and everything, but like there's a little bit of camera distortion, or it just does, things don't read very well. And you have to start learning how to just take from it what you need, and that's it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think you hit the mark right there about taking what you need, but how do you find that balance? So say like you want to draw something and you're like maybe it's futuristic space marine, let's just use that as an example. And you're like, oh, okay, like I think Halo would be a good marking point for that.
No.
So
No? Go to the headwaters. What was the thing you just said you're going to design?
Like a space marine.
Space what?
Like a space soldier.
Okay, so the headwaters, okay, I'm going to look at the brief. And the first thing I want to know is, and if you're going to design this for yourself, like you want to give yourself a project or whatever, nobody's going to go design a space soldier. They're going to go, okay, this guy lives in this city. Let's take Blade Runner.
Okay.
He lives in this city, because Blade Runner is, hyper designed, smartly designed, and by Sid Mead. And Sid Mead is an industrial designer. And Sid Mead, when you give him an assignment like that, he just approaches it like a real assignment. So he goes, well, where is this place? They go, it's Los Angeles. It's 2019. For whatever reason, I'm sure there was a backstory. There's a heavy Asian influence there. It's very condensed. It's very claustrophobic. It's near future, so you can't go totally crazy. And then, on and on and on, right? So you have to have that backstory, okay?
Okay.
And then I go, okay, so let's say it's a space soldier or whatever. He's a soldier, what is he protecting? Is he actively engaged in a conflict now? And then I go, okay, is it near future? Is it 300 years in the future? What's the atmosphere like where he's at? What's the atmosphere? Is it methane? Is it methane and hydrogen? I'm throwing that out there. Then I go, okay, I'd start diving into like, because it's out there. I'd go, NASA's probably done research on whatever, Titan, and they go, it has a very thick, heavy atmosphere. If they did theoretical missions to that place, this is kind of how they'd have to be outfitted. And I'd start pulling from all those different things. And then I'd start pulling from like, okay, is he in an active area where the military is used for crowd control? Okay, maintaining order in society. And then I might go to, okay, well, there's going to be an element built into this that's going to be, you want to scare your enemy. Okay, like I went to a show years ago at LACMA, and it was this unbelievable samurai show, right? Where they had all this samurai. It was one couple's collection too, by the way, and it was an enormous room of all this samurai stuff. And there was an element to that samurai stuff they wore that you could tell was designed to scare the crap out of people, okay? Because you already knew the mythology of the samurai. You already knew that there was sort of this magical element to them. They could appear, disappear, and all this stuff that this mythology had built around them. So like if you were in some misty forest and all of a sudden that silhouette with those weird shapes and the mustache and all those weird silhouettes would scare the crap out of you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So then I might go, I want him to look like a badass, so I might go to, let me look this up.
So you would take parts from like his backstory and what he's doing, and then you'd combine those things from reality?
Yes. Hang on. I'm trying to find these. Like, look, this actually exists. Brazil unveils RoboCop protects super elite police unit. I mean, look at this. I can pull, and then there's these ones, I think they're Russian. Let me see if I can find it. I mean, you think this whole presentation of these guys isn't to scare people? It is, right? And then there's this one. I can't remember if it was Russian. There's this one country that has super scary looking riot police uniforms. Damn it, I just can't. Oh, wait, let's see. I have to find it. There's one I landed on not too long ago, and it's super creepy looking riot gear, right? And you could totally tell these. I'll find it, but it's just scary. You can tell it's designed to scare people. And then you got 100 of those guys lined up in these weird black outfits. Okay, so then I might go, okay, there's that element of that they want to terrify the public. Okay, then I go, what are they going to need? So they're going to need probably a utility belt. And I start looking, and I want to base everything on things that are, at least get the ideas from sort of reality. I always say that's the headwaters. I go to the headwaters. The worst thing you can do if you're ever going to design something, and you won't have a career if your portfolio is full of this crap anyway, is if you do that where you go, oh, I'll go to Halo. No, Halo exists. That's already designed. They're not hiring you to copy Halo, ever. You understand?
Yeah.
And they're not, if I hired somebody.
So how do you, oh, go ahead.
If I hired somebody and I go, here, I need a bunch of ideas for this. And I came back and they had whatever on their screen, some show or whatever. And then I looked at the drawings and went and could see that they were derived from that. I would fire you immediately, right? Mm-hmm. You would have never got an interview with me because you would have, your portfolio would have never got to me. You know what I mean? If you had that kind of thinking in your portfolio. I need designers who think from the ground up and tear the problem from the foundation up. Does that make sense?
That makes a lot of sense. Yeah.
So
how do you find the balance between, like, so there's all these ideas. I mean, you stated a lot of things. How do you find a balance between, like, okay, yeah, I'm going to use like maybe 70% pulling from like this idea, another
I
10.
do endless drawings of what we're talking about right now, like pulling and pushing with these everyday objects and stuff like that. I just do endless iterations. And then I arrive at something. And then things start clicking. Things start clicking where you go, oh, that'd be, he'd have his weapon here and, whatever.
Yeah, what's working, what isn't, after doing so many like rough drafts, essentially.
It's a process of sort of just elimination. You're distilling it down to just what it needs to be, and that's it, right?
Yeah.
Like if you look at that process, by the way, is less about entertainment design and more about industrial design. And that's what these entertainment design people now don't understand. They go to these entertainment design programs. And I have a problem with this, that there's all these entertainment design programs now, and I kind of go, okay, so you just want to design nothing but and I don't think there's anything wrong with wanting to do entertainment design. I think that's fine. But I think it's weird to be that narrow focused and go, I just want to do entertainment design. And then if I was a young person right now, and I'm going, I can go to Art Center and be in the entertainment design program, or I can be in the illustration program. I'm going in the illustration program because I can learn in the illustration program, take my electives and learn that other stuff, which is basically what I did. But I'm going to have a way better painting skill set, drawing, all that kind of stuff. And then I can add the other stuff to it, and that's fine. But whereas where I look at entertainment people and I go, okay, so if the entertainment design area just goes bust, which it very well could, I'm screwed. Like, what else am I going to do? But somebody who's more I did all kinds of stuff. I didn't want to just do one thing. I just, and I never looked at anything and go, I had friends of mine when I left the toy industry who they were identified with the toy industry. And then they weren't working 2 years later. And I go, why are you not, what's going on? Who'd you apply to? Mattel, Jakks Pacific, all the toy companies. I go, stop applying to toy companies. It's a dead market right now. Go design something else. But they were so identified with that, and they wanted to be that so much. And it's like, dude, just be a designer. It's more fun, I think. Like, having said all that, if you want to be an entertainment designer, that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But be a broad thinking designer. Like, the problem I see with entertainment design kids is they live 100% in that entertainment design ecosystem. No idea where all those ideas came from, but the people who design it aren't sitting around designing that crap from a fanboy perspective. They're designing it from a very sophisticated level of design thinking perspective. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so in a sense, like, because you're pulling from so much of reality, you're almost more creative because you have a varied mindset opposed to just that entertainment mindset.
Yes. Yeah. I would never think of anything.
Like that.
I would never think of anything as just an entertainment.
Hey, Mike.
I would just look at the story
Mike?
and I would design it.
Yeah, Mike, you're lagging.
Oh, am I?
Hey, Mike.
Huh?
Sorry, I had some issues on my phone. I had to switch over to my laptop.
Okay.
But I couldn't answer you back. But I heard you. I couldn't really hear you that well either, but for some reason. But I don't know if you still wanted to go over mine or.
Who am I talking to?
Yvette.
Yeah, I'll go over it in a little bit. I'm still going over Elon's.
No problem.
But yes, I am. I'm looking for something real quick. So this, let's see. If you look at something like this, and this is a good example of it. If you look at a page like that, okay? Can you guys see the similarity of that to, like, when you see a page of props, weapons? You see the similarity of drawing style and all that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Jonathan?
Yeah, I can see that.
This is industrial design. This is a product. This is where that whole world came from. Okay? It didn't start as entertainment design. It started as industrial design. Okay? And a lot of the people in that world are industrial designers. Okay, they're not. I mean, you can all this ideation sketching, even this. I mean, it's shoe design. Shoe design is product design, but it's the same look as all that entertainment stuff. Why? Because this is Viscom sketching. It's very good for creating your ideas. It's very good for clarity. Here you go again. But this is kind of where it came out of. And if you notice, look at how these pages are clustered with just a lot of ideas. Do you see what I mean? Jonathan?
Yeah. Is this the same as industrial design?
Is what?
Viscom? Is that the same thing as industrial design?
Viscom is just a visual. It's a type of drawing. This is Viscom. It's a type of drawing that is designed to be very clear, and it also can be learned by industrial designers who they're not great draftsmen, but they have to have a visual language that they can work in to express their ideas and to explore their ideas. Okay, most industrial designers can't draw people for crap. They're not good at drawing trees. They're great at drawing this kind of stuff, industrial stuff, right?
Right.
This kind of stuff. But you can see that that looks like entertainment sketching. You know what I mean?
Right.
Because that's what it is. And it's like, I feel like people have to have a handle on the difference in these two things. If I come to you for a book cover, I don't want this kind of drawing. You know what I mean? This to me, this kind of drawing to me is more like fast technical drawing. It's like sitting there and doing a technical drawing, but you're doing it real quick, you know? And it's great. It's great to explore your ideas. It's great to present your ideas. But then, you know, if you go into like the guy we were just looking at, John, this guy, that is not Viscom sketching at all, right?
Mm-hmm.
It has that same clarity and that same boldness and that same, this has much more draftsmanship and looseness and illustrative stuff to it. Does that make sense?
Right. So you'd need a balance of both to be a great artist.
So, yeah, I think so. That's what I'm trying to get to anyway. Okay.
Yeah.
I want you guys to have both, so you're broad. I don't want to. I'd like students ideally to go out, and if the phone, and I always say this, if the phone rings, you don't want to have to turn a job down because you can't do it. You might want to turn a job down because you don't want to do it, but you don't want to have to turn one down because you can't do it. Right?
Right.
That answer it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, perfectly.
And you know what? I'm going to figure something out to get to this, all of the students with this, because I think it's really important. Because to your point, and I get it, you know, like students go, oh, so I should go to Star Wars or Halo or, you know, to look at stuff. And it's like, I don't understand. And I get it. You guys are new to this. But I go, why would I pay you to go copy Halo designs for my project? Why would I do that? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's and it's really a problem. And it's a problem just in general with entertainment kids. You can't just live in that ecosystem. You've got to get out of that damn ecosystem and go see things and learn things and absorb other things. I'm watching masterclass stuff on right now, you know, that masterclass thing online, which is really cool. On cooking, on photography, on, I don't know, script writing, on just all these different things, just because it's interesting. It sparks ideas. It lets me see somebody else's creative process, on and on and on, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right, Elan.
Thank you, Mike.
Yeah.
This one right here, I love both of these right here. Oops.
Oh, thank you. The first one, the one on top was straight on.
I like this, and I like this. I love this a lot. I think there's something really
That
fun.
one was I was starting to play with it a little bit.
Yeah, that's cool. And does it have a big fin back here?
Yeah, I probably should have emphasized the fin a little
And
more.
I should see it over here. And then they usually have like a little bullet light on them. Something like that. You know, the bumper. And then this usually kind of, and then sometimes, I don't know if it did on this, it'll drop down a little more on this part. And then jump back up again. And then this will tilt. Now, not always, because I'm not looking at this car. I think my fin's a little too big. This is cool. You know, I want to see a little of that, what do we call it, bumper.
The bumper, yeah.
And then, yeah. You know, and then you can just do simple things where you start going, all right, well, if I make these lights a lot bigger, right?
Yeah. Start playing with the hood of it too, everything.
Guitars are a bitch, right?
Yeah.
I think they are. I still think they are. Like I'll go someplace to a coffee shop and somebody be playing guitar and I go, okay. Because then you got to get it all to relate, like the way their arms lay on it and the instrument itself is shape and where does it fall on their knee? And it's got to fall, you know, everything's got to fall together. It doesn't work. So I might push these, you know, these are fun to push. You could, you know, push the hips a little more. You know, maybe like that. And then where's this? You know, you can fatten that up a little bit. And I like to do, you know, push the headstock a little. You know, and then you can do the big keys.
Yeah.
And then the pegs. You know, just, you know, and then a little of this. Oops. A little of that. Make sense?
Yeah.
And I can put some strings on it, maybe. So, you know, obviously you have this little indentation right there. You could push that. You know, this is a really shallow curve right here. I'd probably push out that hip a little bit to really emphasize that guitar-ness of it. I'd probably make this a little bigger, prominent. See what I mean? Where's this from? This People Lane here.
Oh, it was at Hillcrest. So I just couldn't stay inside for so long. I just went to the park, and there were
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. And there were just a bunch of couples just lying on on blankets around.
I love
me, so I was like, hey, I can find it. Yeah, thank you.
These are this is a complex pose. I'd say both of these are complex poses. You've been going for a lot of complex poses, which is great.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you.
Where's this from?
So this was at the Huntington Library that I went to last year, actually, when we were able to go on field trips. So I actually took
Shakespeare Day?
Yeah, Shakespeare Day.
That was a fun trip.
It was a fun trip. So
I think I puffed this out a little more.
Yeah.
But you did these a while ago, so you know, I really make a statement with this
feather
thing. I might put you know, I might put one up here or something. You know, push the cheek maybe.
Okay.
You know, just these are from a while ago, so it's. I like this one.
Thank you.
I love the way his head's just the way it's kind of buried in his collar. Where's this one from?
The same guy. They're all in the same band. Yeah. That was the first drawing of it, so it wasn't loose enough yet.
Not bad though.
Thank you.
See, like this is a complex pose. I love the way you did the hat. This is great. What's this one from? Is that from Easel? Oh, it is from Easel.
Yeah, that was Emily.
that was this term, right?
No, it was last year when we were having good models compose for us, and Emily was she was pretending to be a saloon bartender.
I don't think I was here for that one. That's a great drawing, by the way.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, you got a bunch of good ones in here. These are mostly older ones, right?
Yeah, these were the older ones.
Well, this is
42820.
42820. That's this one. The last
one. Oh, well, I dated just because that's the day I drew it, but
could be a little
because
longer.
like I have pictures. Yeah. Yeah, those were pictures,
pose. Yeah. Really complex pose, that's good. All right. So you're understanding this conversation we just had about stylization, right?
Yeah.
And also here, give me clarity.
Yeah.
So here you want to go, you're going to have to kind of go, what's in this bowl? So is it like a vegetable here, you know, leafy, whatever, I'm just making it up. You know, and then, you know, whatever this is, you know, kind of get them where they're a little more clarity, you know, so it's not so much a jumble of, this is all sort of becoming one shape in here.
Okay.
Okay. So,
Yeah.
so give me some, make it feel like it's a jumble of stuff in there, but don't, you know, clarify it, right?
Yeah. First time drawing food, so I'll definitely work on
Yeah,
that.
it's not easy. Food's not easy, you know? I mean, none of this stuff is easy, really, until and then it'll get easier. Just like everything else.
Mhm.
Hey, Mike.
Hmm?
Yvette jumped back on. She couldn't hear you when you were calling her name earlier.
When I was blathering.
She jumped back on with her laptop, I think.
Okay. Oh, okay. Is she back? Where is she?
Yeah.
I'm here. I'm here.
And by the way, that's what I was going to tell
Can
you.
you hear me?
Yeah, but every time I send you a text, like I answer your text, they never go through. They bounce back and they don't go through. So if you think I'm not,
Yeah.
I actually am answering your text, but they're bouncing back to me. And then they do that try again thing. I try it again, and they just will never go through.
Yeah, I'm kind of in an area where, because my laptop and my phone always says that my internet's unstable. So, feeling nothing I can do about that right now.
Is it because you need a Wi-Fi booster?
Probably, I don't know.
Because this office I'm in, it didn't have a Wi-Fi, or it didn't have Wi-Fi basically. I mean, really, really, really bad Wi-Fi. And I got a Wi-Fi booster, and that solved it.
Okay, well, I could try that. Right now, I can't go into where the actual router is because it's the common room. So,
No, you can't do. You got to go.
I'm trying to do this in my
you gotta
room.
go get one. You plug it in, then you got to set it up. But I mean, that solved my problem.
Getting a booster.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just the signal. I mean, look at how far your router is from where you're working at. It might just be.
But it's just pretty far. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Like ours, this house is 3 stories, and then the router is on the bottom floor. I'm on the 2nd floor.
Okay.
This room, I don't know why. This room is just a dead zone in this house. I don't know why.
Yeah, I think my room is kind of like that.
Do we have anything new here? Okay, the shoe, yeah.
This is a shoe. I just tried some poses. It's pretty much it.
Yeah, that's from last week. Give me more.
Well,
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
And I was just trying to, I actually kind of like muffle the shoes, like the feet and the hands. I think you sent something about one of the books that you had attached had some like photos with like things like that, but I normally kind of goof that up.
What
anyway.
shoe?
Oh no, like feet and hands usually.
Well, that's everybody. That's everybody.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
That's why you always see hands behind the back, hands in the pockets, hands off the page.
Right.
It's funny when there's been it's funny because sometimes it's legitimate. It's like, well, the hand, that's a cool pose. You know what I mean?
Right.
And then sometimes it's insulting because, like, I've talked to people and they go, "Oh, you didn't put the hands in there." I go, "What do you think? I can't draw hands, dude? What's the matter with you?" But you might want to, again, just break them down into these like simple ideas of the fingers and everything being fused together and the thumb, and just build it out of that. Does that make sense?
Okay.
And even like I think I've done this in here before. I'll break this part like into that square part of the hand, and then you can just break it down sort of geometrically. You have the thumb here and the pad there, and then you can start to build it into a more naturalistic hand if that's what you want to do.
Okay.
But, you know, just try and go through like this simplification thing with it. And I'd say here when you do a pose, start going, okay, so the face, you know, the face shape now is,
That, yeah.
I'll just exaggerate a little bit. You know, I don't need anything more than that when I'm just trying to pose it. I don't even need that much.
Okay.
You know, but then, you know, sort of break these down into these really simple, you know, I wouldn't do these legs fused together and the feet doing that. You know, maybe this one's out like that and this one's more in front like that, right?
Okay.
But really try and do these things where we break it down sort of simply, you know, and then sort of, then you can sort of build your shapes off of it. You know, start building it up and see if it works. And if it doesn't work, abandon it, do another one. You should have pages and pages of those. That's what I do.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Also, for the final project, what you're looking for is one page with the character and then like kind of like a background and a prop or something like that, and then
Character.
right.
Here's your character. And I haven't put the assignment up, have I?
No, not yet.
Okay, I'll put it up. On 11 by 17.
My 17. Okay.
Here's your character, right? Not an extreme pose, but a nice pose. Then I can have some expressions. Different, you know. So I'll have some different expressions here.
Okay.
Maybe another one. And then I can have like maybe some action poses. So on and so forth. Then I have another action pose. Just thing like that. Right?
Okay, so just like a few expressions and a few action poses besides the
Action
main.
poses don't have to be that actiony. They could just be, you know, a little more, you know, walking, whatever. They don't have to be crazy. Right?
Okay, so like a few of each.
Yeah. And
All right.
and a nice page. I'll put it up. I meant to do that.
Okay.
That's my fault. But don't worry about what you want to do is just plow through all these things, and then you'll just grab them and scan them and put them together on a page. Okay. And I also have and I'll link that. I also have and it's going to be a little, if you guys have a scanner, of all of you probably don't have a scanner. So we might have to do it a little bit differently, but ideally what you're doing is you're just scanning your best ones and you lay them out on a page and then level them off so it looks nice and clean. And then I like to put a some sort of graphic. Like if I did this, I could do like, I could go like lock these three together. With like this kind of thing. Let's say, I mean, there's a million ways to do this. I can't find it. Hang on. Right here. Oh, it's over.
And you want this all on one 11 by 17, correct?
Yeah. You know, I could have like a little graphic element back here that ties these three together. I could do the same thing maybe down here. Or it could be like, I do something like that, and then I go, I mean, it could just be the drawings too. You don't have to do this either. You know, and I have something behind it, but you know, I'd block out, I'd get rid of this, you know, that kind of thing. And then one of the guys that's really, it was one of my old teachers that was really good at this. I mean, all this stuff was sort of standard issue stuff, but I mean, he was really good at it. It was, yeah. So Norm always had this endless, like here he just puts a little bit of that, the foliage in the background, just to, look at that little breakdown, by the way, the shape.
Okay.
He uses a vignette. We do, I'm trying to find some. Of course, I can't.
Okay, so we're just gonna like run through a bunch of pages, and then just kind of paste it, like cut it out, paste it onto the 11 by 17.
Yeah, digitally.
Digitally, yes.
Yes.
Okay.
I can't find this. I mean, there's a million images of Norm's stuff. Wait, let's do this. I'll wait, Mike. I'll pull it up and I'll show you. Okay, does that make sense? Everybody, does that make sense?
Yeah.
And I will put it up, formalize it on the assignment thing. I'm just going to put a random date for the assignment. Actually, I'll put kind of a random date for the assignment, but and then I'll define it later. Here. But we would do all this graphic stuff. Like in this case, it's just using the background to vignette it and just give it a nice little, but it's not overdone.
Mm-hmm.
Like here, you just kind of use the idea of foliage as one big contour line. You know, same thing here.
So not to be too detailed, just give you an idea that there's a background.
There's a radial thing here, which is cool.
And I can do this with pencil, right? Or digital, whichever. Okay.
Well, I don't want you doing the drawings digitally, but pencil, yeah.
Okay, pencil's cool.
This class
Can we
all pen.
Can we go over the drawings digitally?
No.
Okay.
Anyway, so there we go, right?
Okay, yeah, so just digital to assemble the items. Got it.
Yeah, yeah, just to lay them out. Also, I'll link on that thing. I have a video on there how I, on white paper, how I level it off so it all looks nice and clean together.
Okay. So we'll just wait for your assignment and your posts.
Yeah, I'll put it up probably today. I'm gonna lay out my whole week this week, all my Zoom meetings, all that stuff. Because like last night, I totally spaced it until Skylar contacted me, and I think Yvette contacted me.
Yeah, I was like, well, I thought maybe there was something wrong with the server because we weren't getting emails either from the school.
Yeah, there was some problem with the email thing, but that wasn't part of it.
Oh, okay.
That was just me, or it was just me. So there you go, right? Okay, Angeline, I only have one page. Are you here? Is Angeline
Let's
here?
see.
How come we only have one page? You there? Not here. All right. I can't hear you. Can you guys hear me?
I can hear you.
Yep.
I can hear you.
Yes.
Okay. So Angeline has just disappeared. Am I right? Okay. Let's go. Okay, where's Eduardo?
Right here.
Some of these are kind of cool. I like this one. Again, though, you guys, I need more. I need more and more and more.
All right.
I mean, you have some starts of some good stuff in here, mostly here.
Mm-hmm.
So what do you think?
I think I like the others on the other page because I had more fun drawing the 3 people, especially the one with the sweater.
I just have 2. Right? This one?
Yeah,
I like this page.
really.
Yeah, because this one is starting to dip a little, and like here, starting to dip into sort of an anime language.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Even here, a little, not as much. You want to sort of do, ideally, you want to just come up with your own language, right?
Yeah.
And I feel like here, what's that noise? Somebody got their radio on or something? Like here, I like this one.
Yeah, that's the only one I actually kind of messed around with the face to make it more pudgy.
I like the way the neck just goes down like that.
Mm-hmm.
Am I echoing on that, you guys? Because I think I'm hearing myself echo.
Yes.
A slight echo, yeah.
So
Yeah,
you're hearing that? Ugh.
I can hear you. Kind of.
Right. Anyway, get out of that sort of anime language and start just sort of go, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, good. Where are you at?
I'm here.
Well, man, these shoes and these ones right here. This one, this one, this one. These are nice.
Oh, thank you.
And those from Life?
No, they're on the internet.
No, draw from Life. Right? Because I mean, you got shoes around the house, right?
Yeah.
Anything you do have around the house, and I know, and even cars and things like that, they're all over the place. I mean, they're out in front of your house or in the driveway. I want them from Life as much as possible. And I know we have to work a little bit from photography with people and all that right now. But
Okay.
usually I don't even like that, okay? So just start. I gotta push that a little bit. Round shape. Make sure I know what's going on here. It's getting a little confusing right here. I'm assuming that's a big sleeve, right?
Yeah, it's a big sleeve. I don't know how to like convey the sleeve properly.
Well, I don't know if, and I'd have to see it, but it feels like it should come down more like that to me, but I could be wrong. Because that feels like a pretty heavy thing. And also, right now, when you're learning this stuff, I don't know if I'd get such a complex pose with all these complex shapes in it. I get things that are pretty simple to read and start there, right?
Okay.
Like this. This is a pretty clear read. But, I mean, the drawing on these are really nice. Okay? You start doing those from the stuff around the house, you know, and some photography, but get some photography when it's people, get some photography that's clear, right? Like I wouldn't try and get things where people are interacting in that way yet. You know, later on you can do that and that's fine. You want to stick with the stuff that you can read it real easily. You don't want to make it hard on yourself right from the beginning. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
One person at a time.
I don't know if you have any feedback of one with the dancing pose.
I like the dancing pose one.
Oh, really?
Probably a little more clarity in here. Like this shape should be really clear, and you can do this just with line quality. Should really be in front of, you know, this shape, right? Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
And then make sure, like, see how these two shapes here, like here, where he's meeting her and all this in here is getting really confusing.
Yeah, I know. I try to make
So I
her
would
more.
probably make sure that I see this shape clearer. And then maybe get his leg out here, you know, away from her or something, right? That's why I'm saying I wouldn't start with these complex interrelational, if that's a word, poses. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
And you can do it. We can work on that later. That's fine. But I don't think it's a bad drawing. I mean, I read what it is because it's obvious what it is because of the other stuff in it. It's just you got to be careful when these kind of things happen that you're clear, you know, that you're separating those shapes and that they're clear, right?
Mm-hmm.
And some of that might, like I said, this part of her dress coming over her leg, you know, I can just hit that a little harder with the line.
Mm.
You know, and then does she have shoes on? What kind of shoes? You know, that kind of thing. And then it's this arm right here is real pinched right there. This actually come down more like that, right?
Yeah.
And then that's going to be, yeah, the thumbs here. I might splay out the fingers back there just to emphasize that. Not on both hands, just on one. Does that make sense?
Mm.
Yeah?
Yeah. Yeah, at first I was just like challenging myself a little with these poses, see how it goes.
I would get a handle on just the idea first, and then you can start getting complicated. Okay? Like when I sit down somewhere to sketch, I don't usually sit there and go, what's the most complicated thing I can sketch? I sit there and I go, okay, the first hour of me drawing it, my drawing is going to suck. So I'm not going to really challenge myself yet. I'm not going to challenge myself until I get warmed up, which is going to take me at least an hour. Okay?
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Mike.
All right. What else do I got in here? Now, some of them I only have like one page. I'm not going to worry about those too much. Oh, here we go. Where's Jess Mendoza at?
Right here.
So these are things around the house, right?
The only thing things that aren't are obviously the person, the hookah, and the teddy bear.
Yeah, great.
Yeah.
Is this where is this from, this card?
I was with my main character, I was kind of trying to form stuff around like what I think their personality would be. And I was playing with cars and I didn't really know what, but I kind of landed on the a 97 or 77 Mercury Bobcat.
It almost reminds me of a gremlin.
I don't know if I know what a gremlin is.
It was like made by this car company. It was like the worst car company in the world, called AMC in the 70s.
Uh-huh.
And
yeah, it's really funny when you look up this car, it's like the forgotten car of the 70s, and I was like, oh, that's sad.
I don't know why pulling up images takes forever right now. It's weird. Come on. Yeah. These are gremlins, right? My mom had one just like this red one.
I can't. Oh, okay, there we go.
They had this weird cut off back. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
They had this weird wedge shaped back. They were like they were the biggest pieces of crap, these cars, and they were horribly designed. And then they also did the this one, which
What's funny?
already looks like a cartoon car.
Yeah.
I thought it
The
was
other
so
car-
cool when I was a kid because it had all that glass. What were you gonna say?
I was gonna say the other car I was thinking about drawing is. Do you remember the Volkswagen Rabbits?
Oh yeah.
Like boxy cars.
Well, was it the rabbit? Yeah. Oh, are you thinking about the rabbit or the thing?
The Rabbit. It's it's like a boxy, like almost like this, but really boxy.
And they did this one. Oop, I misspelled it. This one. It looks like a Hot Wheel or something.
Yeah, it looks like
It
an
was the
off-brand
weirdest car
Charger.
company. Susie, do you remember this car company?
Yes, I do.
Well, I wasn't sure if you're old enough to remember. Yeah, it was a weird car company because it just made, they look like Homer Simpson cars or something, like Homer Simpson designed them or something. They're so bad.
Oh man.
And they're bad cars. It's like from a quality perspective, you know. Anyway, okay, so let's look at like here. What's this trailer thing from?
I was just searching tiny houses.
Now here is another thing where I can just go, because right now we don't have, I'm not giving you a directive to go, okay, I want a tiny house, but it lives in, what's that, Mystery Falls, you feel like that. Is that what's called, Mystery Falls? Or whatever, that show. I like that show. But, so, you know, again, I could probably just come in here and start screwing around.
Are you talking about the animated show, Mike?
Gravity Falls?
Gravity Falls.
Gravity Falls. It's a great show.
Yeah,
I love that show.
I hit a nerve. I might pull this, okay, so let's pull this. If we put an X there, we pull this up, then I can go, there's the apex of my roof, and I'm gonna pull it a little more, right? But I'm gonna pull it out here. I just always think that looks cooler. To overhang it a little bit.
Okay.
Then I got these cool little windows in it. Pull that out a little. And it's always like, whether it's on paper or whatever, I love this. I think I'm going to pull this out. No, not that much. I'm going to drop, instead of having these little things just in there, I think I'm going to have them come all the way down here, like a regular porch thing.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm probably going to put a little railing right there. And then I'll do the little, what do we call it, fender, a little wheel, another little wheel. And then I'm going to really push the shingle idea. And then I'm going to put a little chimney thing. And I like this, but I think I'm going to add this to it. I'm going to build another box on it. So I can put another little thing in it. Pull the roof out just like the other one. Then some big shingles. Some supports in here. Maybe, I'm going to change this little window to one of those round ones with the little radiating, whatever you call that. And then again, some more shingles here. Now I'm going to put the little jacks that they put under these things because it'd be more portable that way. Or at least it explains that it could be more portable. You want to put a little support here. And blah, blah, blah. And then I can go just cheat this. I got to make sure this reads a little better. I'd have to fix that a little bit. Maybe it's got a back porch too. Right?
Yeah, I like that a lot.
So what did we start with? We just started by flaring these. I think I made it a little taller. Flaring. Pulling the roof line out. Overlapping it. Adding a railing, adding, blah, blah, blah. But that's basically all it is that. Right?
Yeah.
Okay. If you sit down and you do this, I know it's, when you're first learning it, it's trickier because you want it to be a certain thing. You got to work for it, right? But with these kind of everyday objects, it's kind of fun because you can go just find that simple geometry and then just push it, right? People, I get it, it's a little harder. People have, anatomy and they're more complicated and all that. I totally get it. Okay, but does that make sense?
Yes.
Cool. So same thing with all of these. Is this one of those hookah things?
Yeah, yeah.
Do you have one of those?
Not anymore.
Good. But that's a fun object to draw. But really push. Is that culture dead for a while? That was kind of taken off.
I think traditional hookah.
It's dead or it's still going on? Well, anyway, I pushed this. Again, there's so much to play with here. I pushed and sometimes it's just making these shapes a little more simplified and bigger,
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what that. Then I put, I always like to have these things come down and then hit the ground and, and then I put another one because some of them have a multiple, and have it all coming down towards the viewer. This is fun shape. Just simplify, simplify, simplify. And when it comes to a hooker or something like that, to me, it's kind of a silly object anyway. I'm going to try and just find things that I can push that I think are silly on it, right?
Yeah.
It's like bongs. Bongs are silly, right? Like when you walk into somebody's house and they have a bong sitting on the coffee table, it's like, is that the statement you really want to make? And I don't care if you smoke weed and you use a bong, who cares? But it's like, I don't think you want to make that statement to people. My girlfriend, when she took her daughter to, I think it's called Isla Vista, where she went out to visit, because she ended up going to Santa Barbara University, whatever it's called. But I think they were looking at places in Isla Vista, I think it's called. It was a big notorious party area. And she said she'd go into these kids' apartments, where they're all, whatever, condos, whatever they are, where they're all roommating. And she walks into this people's place, and it's like big giant bong on the table, big giant pile of weed. And it's just like, I mean, I get it if you're a college student, you don't care. But when you're my age, you don't want to make that. At least I wouldn't want to make that statement. It's a silly item. And to me, and I think that kind of stuff's fun to draw because it's just silly, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I've done stupid still lifes with them because I think it's funny to go still life with bong. And it's got fruit and a bong, just because it's automatically a silly item. I like stoner stuff. I think stoner stuff is funny.
Yeah.
Like devoting yourself to smoking weed to me is funny. Okay. All right. Does that all make sense?
Yes.
Hang on. Where's that one? Oh, there.
Hey, Mike, I'm Mike here. So, sorry for taking so long because I have trouble with the auto speaker.
With the what?
So, it finally fixed.
The speaker?
The auto speaker. That's why you can't hear me.
Oh, okay.
I saw you when you just uploading only one picture of my projects, but I already posted 2 of them last night.
Well, they're probably in here. I haven't gone through everything yet.
Oh.
Oops. Where's Aaron? Yes, Aaron. You here?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. I had to mute myself.
Why? Hang on a sec. I gotta set something here. Hang on. My window disappeared. Oh, there it is. Okay. My window's displaying all weird, and it's kind of driving me up the wall. Oh well, nothing to do about it. All right, these are starting to get into where we have one. Well, I guess not all of them. Now, what are these based on? These.
So quick funny story. They're kind of like preliminary. Trying to start working with the person I used to be friends with, but my friend always called him a troll. So
You're breaking up a little
I'm
bit.
trying to work with that.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Say that again. Say the first part.
Oh, so sorry. Hopefully you can hear me a little bit better now.
Yeah,
So I'm starting to play with someone's face that I used to know, that I used to be friends with, but in my old circle of friends, one of my other mutual friends who I'm still friends with, she always kind of called him a troll.
Oh, okay.
And so none of us like him anymore. So I was like, hey, that's kind of a fun concept. Why don't I try playing with that? So yeah, this week I've just kind of been trying to play with the idea of like how I can kind of get him a little bit more like trollish. And for some reason, I know Hoggle from Labyrinth is a goblin, but he looks in real life very similar to Hoggle. So I've been trying to use Hoggle as a reference a little bit.
Be careful with that, because once you start going to somebody else's design, it can really influence you too much, right?
Yeah,
Can I
that's
have the definition of a troll? What is the definition of a troll?
so she means like likable type troll, not so much like the probably more modern troll where they're just trying to like, just to irritate you.
Right.
But he is very irritating, so I wouldn't mind going with that too.
Well, I'd lean on. He looks irritating. I might like you got this kind of heavy brow thing going on, which I always am a fan of. And now you got to kind of figure out. I'm just trying to find some kind of a little more of a structure for it. Is that nose doing that sort of thing? Right?
Yeah. And I think one of the challenges I'm having right now is when I'm trying to make him look like he's trying to look kind and happy, but his face just naturally looks like that. And two, it's like because he does have a heavy brow, but I'm having a hard time figuring out how to make the eyebrows natural.
So I'm just sort of riffing off what I'm looking at here. You know, you can kind of pull his, I'm going to pull his teeth out. I'm giving him sort of an underbite. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So I'm, and then I can pull his face out a little more like the way you have him. You know, and then his hair is going to be, you know, and then like there's a lot of stuff. I would do something with the hair. I don't know what. But I'd probably come up with something, you know, because you got to start pushing them into some kind of weird, whatever it is. And hair's fun to play with anyway.
Yeah, I've been kind of like trying to think about that too. 'Cause so far, I'm leaning towards more of like a greasy look.
Yeah. Yeah, that's cool. So, you know, I definitely give him some value on his nose. So just looking at what you're doing, I'm just sort of playing off of what I'm seeing and just kind of pushing it. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yeah, because I think that's what my goal this week is to try to kind of get more of like a push to find shapes. I think this past week I was just trying to figure out what shapes to use, which is why some of the heads look odd.
It's all right. I mean, you're exploring. It's fine. You know, can I go, you know, is there some sort of, you know, and then he's got some kind of thing here and maybe his hair goes up. Just, I don't know, I'm just playing with anything, right?
Yeah, yeah.
More of a chin here. Oops, I'm on the wrong layer. Oh well. Oops. You know, and then I can start to build out. One reason, hang on. My pen is not drawing again. Hang on. Oh, that's fine. Okay. You know, I can start to draw out. And sometimes I do kind of go, well, where would his anatomy sort of be here? So I can start to get a handle on it. You know, what is he wearing? Do like a simplified arm kind of thing here, big hands. Again, furry. I mean, to me, the whole thing, like when I draw caricatures of people and stuff like that's,
Yeah.
which I do constantly. I just stylize people all the time. The fun of it, you rarely ever do a caricature of anybody, at least I don't, where I'm going, I'm going to make them look super, it's going to be super flattering. Like, I just don't do that. Or, you know what I mean? And I usually pick people who I know are going to be okay with, you know, usually other art. Like me and Todd, my office mate, I draw him all the time. It's always super insulting. And then he draws like insanely insulting stuff. I think it's super funny, right? So if I'm doing this guy or whatever, I don't want to make him look, I'm going to go balls out and make him look hideous, right? And then again, I could have the shirt sort of lifted up here, the belly sort of hanging down. He could be holding a bong. since we were just talking about bonds. And he's walking forward. This arm's swinging forward. Shirt, sleeve. You know, maybe these are torn. Maybe he's got his sleeves, you know, cut off right here, like a sleeveless T-shirt. That's a stupid logo on here. I don't know.
Blaze it.
What?
Blaze it.
What's that?
It's a term like that they use for 420 for marijuana. Blaze it.
I'm assuming that means smoke weed, right?
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Weird to me, that whole thing. But I do think it's funny. Anyway, there's his hand. You know, here. Could have something, go to something here. Again, more
Bag of Cheetos in his right hand.
Oh, yes, that'd be good.
Yeah.
Some sort of like snack, right?
Jack in the Box or something.
Yeah, exactly. And you have to go Cheetos. Maybe they're falling out a little bit here.
Yeah. Then get the orange pencil out and put it all around his mouth.
Exactly.
Yes, there you go, Susie.
Yeah, exactly. So you could go.
That's awesome.
Pull over like that, kind of. Let me see if I can get a rough brush here.
On his fingers too.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Yes.
It's beautiful.
Oh no.
Wait, I'm on the wrong layer.
The wrong layer.
No.
No, I'm not.
You don't know how much my friend would appreciate this right now.
He's not here to see it.
Oh no, I mean my friend Lilith, because we've been talking about this a lot, and she's excited to see my end project.
Okay,
This
so I
guy
gotta
seems
just,
serious to like
then I have to do a little bit of smudging,
Yeah.
you know, kind of build this.
Little on the edges of his shirt where he wiped his hands.
There you go.
You gotta have the bags, gotta have. Let's go. Bags definitely gotta be, you know, you gotta have somebody falling out. Yeah, have some on his shirt.
So you said you're doing a Photoshop class this summer. Are you going to teach stuff like this? Honestly, I mean, drawing like this?
What I'm doing is, like this project I have him doing right now.
Mm-hmm.
Looking at right now. I did a drawing, and then they're using that as the starting point. Because what I'm trying to do is go, hey, you could take, and I think this is cool for this class too. Like I can take something I drew in my sketchbook that I go, I kind of like this, and then I can pull into Photoshop and go through this technique that I do, where I can throw it into a full-blown painting in Photoshop and refine it and finish it all out and make it something fantastic. Or it could start with a digital drawing. The thing I always want everybody to do with this traditional and digital stuff is just don't even think about it really. I mean, digital is just a different medium. Who cares? You know what I mean? So yeah, I wanted some crossover in there.
Okay, was that the video that you sent us, I don't know, a few weeks ago with that that mountain background.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so that's the gist of what your Photoshop class is.
I'm doing all sorts of things. I'm also going to show like things like gradient mapping and just a lot of different things. It's not just that. It's a lot of things. But what I want it to be, what that class is really designed to be is, when you guys go into like Frank's class or Phil's class or my class, whatever, you should already know Photoshop, but you should know it from a digital artist perspective. Okay. So a lot of Photoshop classes tend to be sort of those sort of, and I'm not knocking them, they're good, but they tend to be those sort of dry Photoshop classes where it's like, okay, let's retouch this photo, let's whatever that, and we do some of that too, and that's fine. But it has to, then it goes past that. It's like, okay, let's start going in some pretty advanced stuff, painting stuff, just different things like that. So when you go into like digital painting, you already have sort of a running start on it, and or into Frank's class where he's using, you know, a lot of channels and things like that. You got to know all that stuff. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
So it's much more from an artist perspective, not just like photo retouching, photo retouching, photo retouching.
So
Yeah?
what's the number for that class? As I took a Photoshop class, I don't know, like 5 years ago there.
It's 101. It's new.
Oh, it's new. Okay, so then I could take it. Okay.
Yeah, it's a new class.
Okay, thanks.
And yeah, there'll be some, you know, what I'm trying, okay, so here's what I'm trying to do with that class. I realized this term, and I'm not knocking the class I have in there, they're nice people, but a lot of people think, and I might have said this before, a lot of people think, oh, Photoshop class, I'm going to go in there and make birthday cards for my granddaughter. And it's like, this is not that class. And that's kind of what I got this term. I got a lot of hobbyists and a lot of, and it's fine. But then when you start going, like when I showed them I put the video up for that canyon or whatever that we painted. I mean, they were like, holy shit, I can't do that. They did do it, but they didn't think they could. They gave me pushback, and I go, I'm not changing this class for you. I'm not doing it. Like, this is what this class is supposed to be. So what I realize is like, we have to recruit the students better for that class, just so they're aware of what it is. Does that make sense? Because for me, it's a really fun class to do, because I can go down a lot of rabbit holes with it, of really interesting stuff, but I've got to have the right students for it. So I don't usually go to, I mean, I'll put stuff out there, hey, I'm teaching this class, and you know, promote the class or whatever, but I don't go to students, I don't try and route students into my class if I don't think it's the right class for them, okay? But this is designed as another fundamental class that you guys are going to need going into all the other classes, because what's happening is, like, anybody who teaches Dart 108 or Dart 107, which is digital drawing, they go, these kids don't know anything about Photoshop. Like, they don't know anything about Photoshop. Or in storyboarding, they don't know anything about Photoshop. In painting, they don't know anything about, it's the same complaint. So then we try and create a class that solves that problem. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So I think it's a really cool class. I think it's a really valuable class, because it's not sitting in, even though we go into pretty advanced digital painting kind of things, I think because it's not solely that, you're just getting a stronger fundamental background in it. You know what I mean? In that software. And I think, and I know there's probably some great Photoshop classes, but they tend to be taught at a very rudimentary level. And I think that's also fine for certain classes. That's not what this is. It's from the beginning, but we go into pretty advanced stuff pretty quick, because you can. You know, if you do the steps correctly, you can do that. You know, it's not giant leaps where you're like, I don't know what's going on anymore. It's not like that. I mean, I got all these people in my class right now who are not even digital or even artists or whatever, and they're all accomplishing what I'm asking them to accomplish, which is actually pretty amazing. Like, they did that canyon thing. It blew my head off that they actually pulled that off. Because if I
This is offered.
Huh?
This is offered in the summer.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anyway, let me finish this guy off. So there's the Cheeto troll, right? I don't know what other.
What is the title of the Photoshop class? Like, what is it officially titled as?
Photoshop 101. It's on there now. I checked it yesterday.
I think it's Dart 101 and it's Photoshop for digital
Yeah,
artists.
that's exactly right.
Okay.
I like that she knows more about it than I do.
I'm looking forward to it. I'm signing up for that class in a couple days. Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, so then I want to push. I don't know how I want to do that. I guess it would be more like that. Okay. So anyway, that's for me the leap of logic I make with it. Okay. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense.
And this is another thing I like is when we get into that kind of thing where somebody else suggests like Cheetos and this and that. I love that. Okay. Because that's the reality of the real world if you're ever going to work in this stuff. And that, for the hell of it, I'm just going to put on. Wait a minute. Let me do one more thing. What happened on my? Oh, that's why. Let me see if I can give them some of those stupid. Like cuffs. I don't know why. Okay, so enough of him. All right, so that all makes sense, right?
Yeah, that makes sense.
So do that. Your version, whatever. But there's a lot of. Okay. All right. Good. All right. Where's Kayla at? Is she here?
Yes, I'm right here.
Did we go over these last week? The face looks familiar, the face shape.
Sort of, yeah. So I decided to pick the biker looking dude.
Yeah.
And I explored with that one.
In shape language right here.
Yeah.
I like that. Okay, you're going down the right path. I mean, you're trying all different I like this too.
Mm-hmm.
It's a little awkward pose, but it's okay. I like this guy. But I really like where is it? This guy. I mean, you know what I like about this is you got overall shape language right here. Like you've got the shape language here.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if you just refine this, I mean, you're kind of doing the right thing. I don't know. Like here, I mean, the only thing I'd say here is maybe. Like here, I might just emphasize part of the frame too. That way it's sort of, and then sometimes they do like that where they dip back. I'm just trying to make the shape language a little more interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe in here there's a little bit of value. Somebody's mic is on. Soften that a little bit. Whose mic's on? Okay, it's off. Okay, here. And then like I might have the hair coming over it a little bit. Am I there? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
You know, maybe his hair coming over here. shape up that ear a little more. Trying to figure out. Okay. And then here, same thing, you could probably pull some of these off. Maybe an Adam's apple there. Yeah. And then here, I mean, I think that's your shape language for the body. Where are you at?
I'm right here.
Okay.
Yeah, Ileana and I were having fun with it yesterday. We were playing around the idea. Oh, it's like a biker slash hipster dude who's a vegan. He has a pet chicken.
Oh, he has a pet chicken. I like that. Well, then you know you can go.
Oh.
Okay, what I like about this when you have the shape language figured out is that you can kind of just start to use this geometry. Actually, I'm going to put his head way back here. So this is the thing where I have to kind of figure it out. This is pretty high. Put this real narrow waist. Then I'm going to put both his feet sort of like that. I haven't got it worked out yet. But,
Hey, Mike, this is Dylan.
What's up?
Oh, shoot. Now he's frozen.
I'm frozen?
Oh, sorry. You're breaking up.
How about now?
Oh, still frozen. Oh, no. Oh, no.
Hang on.
Oh, okay.
Am I back?
Yeah, you're back. I just wanted to let you know, Mike, that Kayla's internet is unstable, so she's been trying to go in and out of the meeting.
Okay.
So if you don't hear from her, that's probably why.
Okay, so anyway, I'm going to put his feet like that. Probably his head's going to be back more. Maybe forward. But I like this pet chicken thing, and I can have the chicken. He's walking the chicken with his little harness. You know, and it's sort of pulling him along. Does that make sense?
Yes, I love that.
But what I'm saying is that it's easy for me, once I know this simple shape language, to sort of start going, okay, I can repose this guy. Because this shape language it's really simple and defined. Maybe he's looking off this way. Because I'm just going by these real simple shapes that you created, right?
Right.
And like by the way, if I was going to do the thing with he's walking the chicken, with these really big arm shapes. And then that hand coming out. I'd probably also have the ground where you sort of digging a little trough in the ground. You know, and I have to get it really pulled back. So it's probably more of an action sort of like that a little more pulling back.
Mm-hmm.
And then, and it would take me a few little thumbnails to figure that out. Okay?
Okay, cool.
I would say pick that guy. I think that's such a clear shape language, and then refine his face, which you're already doing, and then start putting it together.
Sweet. Thank you.
And there's that guy again. Yeah.
It's making me hungry.
I'm always hungry. I made chili beans yesterday.
Ah, that sounds good.
and then made chili beans yesterday and cornbread in a cast iron skillet. And then today I'm going to go get hot dogs and buns and make chili cheese dogs.
Sounds
Is this
good.
because the master class?
Huh?
Is this because the cooking master classes?
No, I like to cook. I love to cook. I like it so much. I don't mind the prep. I don't mind the cleanup. I don't mind any of it. My girlfriend wanted chili beans, so all right, whatever. Then you put sour cream and melt all the cheese in it.
Ooh, sounds good.
It's super good. Okay, James.
Yep.
What do you think?
I like the old guy, a lot.
Is that the one you're going to develop?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, that's an improvement. That's an improved drawing. Really?
Yeah, I think that's like my favorite drawing this semester.
Right on. Keep going.
Good job, James.
Thanks.
That's a major leap. That's great. Okay.
Thank you.
I don't have a lot of complaints about it, but now I want to see some variations on it. If that's okay. And more. Right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely.
We have 3,000 of these by Wednesday. Right? All of these are an improvement, James.
Thank you.
See it? All right, I'm going to save that. I think it's funny. Okay. All right. So questions or anything like that?
Let me look through them again real quick.
That one's watercolors. That's a different thing. These are yours too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, giant improvement, man.
Thanks.
Giant improvement.
Yeah. I like the middle girl a lot too.
Yeah, and this one too. I like this one. You're starting to get your proportions and all that kind of stuff. You're clearly seeing better. You know what I mean? And again, 90%. You guys hear me? Yeah?
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah.
Hang on. Okay, now, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. It pops up and it goes, your internet connection is unstable, and that usually means I'm frozen. When we go back into the real classroom, I'm still going to freeze, though. I'm going to bring that into the classroom. All right. Questions or anything?
Not really.
I just want you to
I
keep
know I
going.
need
Now you've hit a vein of ore. Go mine it.
Okay, yeah. I definitely want to do more.
And then you're improving in 107, and it's like hard. And somebody just told me, are you in Frank's class right now?
Oh, you froze.
Huh?
Yeah. Oh, no, I'm not in Frank's, but yeah, you froze for a second.
Oh, that's weird. Because I thought he brought you up yesterday. Anyway. Or maybe, are you in Phil's class?
Yeah, I'm in Phil's.
Okay, maybe it was Phil. But you said you and somebody else were killing it or something. I can't remember. Okay, keep going.
All right. Thank you.
3,000 more.
All right. By Wednesday?
Yes. Or tonight. That's fine.
Tonight. I'll fit that in.
I think that's reasonable. Okay, we went through I think I've gone through them, right? Brandon, you only have one page here, so it's kind of hard for me to say anything. Okay.
Yeah, I still need to work on it. Still need to work on it more.
I need more. I need more to make comments on it. Okay.
Gotcha.
All right. Who have I missed? Have I missed anybody?
Question.
Yeah.
Wait, hang on. What do you need, Brandon?
Yeah. Are you gonna set up another casual meeting around this?
Okay. So what I'm going to do right after this, because I want to do this for the week, I'm going to set up all my Zoom meetings for the week, and I'm going to include the Wednesday one. And again, the Wednesday one is casual. If you Want to come in and talk? Cool. If you don't, cool. It doesn't matter. And I'll put the folder and everything up ahead of time so I don't forget. But yeah, so I'm gonna do the midweek thing. Okay.
Okay, got
All right. Who else had a question?
For John Guzman.
Did I not go through yours?
Yeah.
Oh, that was good. Hang on. Oh, there you go. I love the hipster chicken idea. I hadn't thought of that.
I'm glad you enjoy it.
That's so ultra hipster. That's even better than like the iguanas and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, because he's a vegan and he's super skinny, so they call him Chicken Bones.
Okay, yeah, see?
He's got them chicken legs.
Now work on that, man. Like spend tons of like thumbnails and, you know. What happened there? Okay, so we're still sort of in the not stylizing too much yet category, right?
Yeah, it's been kind of hard for me to like push it, especially with that guy. That guy looks so weird, and I kind of wanted to like, yeah,
Oh, this one?
yeah, that guy. And I don't know. I was like, in my head, I was like, okay, I'm gonna push it. But then when it like finished it, I was like, oh well, this just kind of looks exactly like the guy.
There was some, yeah, okay, so that's also common. And there was a guy, and I don't know if I've mentioned this, there was a guy, and I forgot who it was. It was some famous caricature guy who does stuff for like the New York Times and all that stuff. And might have been John Cash, but anyway, he was talking about like certain people he gets assignments for, and one of them he said was Howard Stern, right? And he goes, I do this thing for Howard Stern. He goes, I push the hell out of it. And he goes, then I get done with it. And the guy already is so kind of cartoonish looking. He goes, when I got done with it, he goes, it just looked like a portrait. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And by the way, this is a guy who's been at the top of his field for like 20 years, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And then he goes, yeah, push it and push it and push it. And he goes, and I kept pushing it and just kept looking like a portrait of Howard Stern. You know what I mean? Until you got to find the key and unlock it, and which is what he did. But it's like even that guy, and this guy's monster good. He's got to sit there and do 100 variations and drawings and all this kind of stuff before he hits it, right?
Yeah.
So know that. I actually don't think this is a bad drawing. I think it's a really tough, weird expression and pose. So I don't think it's a bad job. But now pushing it, again, you know, you might, instead of like just like what I'm, again, responding to is that the way his hair kind of creates this bulbous shape on his head. And then this kind of idea, this way the hair comes out like that. And this, again, this heavy brow thing. Eyes are kind of down here.
You're freezing up, Mike.
Okay, hang on. How about now?
You're good.
Okay. You know, and then I can sort of take this nose idea. And I'm not going to worry about putting it foreshortening. You know, and then you got this sort of, again, this sort of angularity here that you're playing up. And then, you know, mass the hair together. You don't want it to be too, you know, mass all that. You can mass this together and then come in and go, you know, I'll add in some of this stuff.
Yeah. So kind of had like a really like stringy kind of hair, and I tried to like do it as a shape, and I didn't feel that it like captured.
Sometimes you can do it. You can also sort of take it, oops, and mass in a lot of it, right? So like if we were talking about this side over here, And mass it in, and then after you mass, am I what? I'm not breaking up, am I? Jonathan.
Yeah, no, you're good.
Okay. And then take a thinner brush, and then I can sort of put all this flyaway stuff on it. Huh?
Perfect.
And then I can put this flyaway stuff on it, right?
Yeah.
After I mass it all in. What you don't want to do is go and have it all look like spaghetti hair where it's all this.
Hmm.
You know, I can just kind of mass it and then do all this kind of flyaway stuff on it. And I could even probably come in here. Let's see. You know, I'll probably come in here with my, in this case, I'll use my eraser tool. And sort of do this back and forth and create this like gross, you know, kind of flyaway hair, right?
Yeah.
But do you see how I'm just taking out of this? I'm extrapolating this out of this.
Yeah, I see that.
Because you got this big light bulb shape right into this sort of thing. And that's what I'm looking for. And then this. That's totally from Earth's World, right?
Yeah.
I wonder who comes up with that. Like, who goes, I'm just going to go take all these horrible pictures of all these weird people. In
Yeah, the people I see on there are like so crazy, and I like try to pick out like the craziest one and go for drawing that because they're usually the funnest to draw.
You know what's weird is I look at that website and then because the whole Trump phenomenon, you kind of go, what the hell happened, you know? But then I go look at that and I go, that's his constituency. Or a big part of it, you know? Not all of it. But there's actually some reasonable people who voted for him. You know, like this guy, this is a pretty good one to just go, I want to jump off the cliff here. He's got a hat. Oops. Oh, well. Let me see if I can grab this.
Yeah, even for that guy too, I was like, oh, when we try and push the nose and like that chin shape, and then like I got finished with it. I was like, oh yeah, that's still again, it's pretty much the same.
Again, comment. So let's look at this. Let's go. Let's take both of these. Let's take both of these. And again, I'm not trying to make perfect copies of anything. It's actually not what I'm trying to do, right? All right. So if you look at his nose, I like the way his nose comes right out from under his hat. Can you guys hear me, by the way?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Um, I'm gonna put, I don't know why, but I'm gonna push his mouth out this way. Because I'm into underbites today for some reason. And like no chin. And again, I'm extrapolating out from shapes I'm seeing that you already put here. Even though I'm making them older and weirder or whatever. want to do that thin beard. I like that better. All this has a value.
So, do you already
Never have
have
a
an
cigarette.
idea of what the character is gonna look like, or
No. Do I have an idea?
yeah, like when you go
No.
into it, or you're just pulling from each shape?
I actually just pulling from the shapes I'm seeing that you already created. Oh, I love these big turquoise. Is that what that was? Like one of those turquoise hat bands?
Yeah.
Love that. Get this beard a little rattier. That should be a little darker to pull it forward. Okay, then he's got the, let's put his, got the bad posture. And then the hair, right? And like even here, this top part of his nose, I can go a little darker on the line. Why? Because it's underneath and it's coming out into the light, right?
Right.
And then, you know, I always like to have the cigarette with the ash falling off of it. You know, and then I can get a little bit of that smoke going. Got a little filter on the back. He'd probably be wearing a Leonard Skinner shirt, right? So I could probably even just put in the first, because isn't that spelled like Lyn?
Yeah.
Lyn, you know, and then Skinner. So I could probably only just have a few of the, I don't know how they spell that. SK?
Yeah. Y.
Yeah, I
And
could do just that much and you know that's Leonard Skinner because it's spelled all weird.
right. And he looks like somebody who would listen to that.
You know, and then he'd have some stupid tattoo. Like I knew this guy one time. That had this no, he had this tattoo. And you could tell it was done obviously by somebody when they were drunk and it was just his friend. It wasn't like a real tattoo or whatever. Right? And it was like handwriting. It looked like 7th grade handwriting with like a ballpoint pen. It was all bad. But what was the best kicker of, and he was a guy that looked like this, totally. And it was supposed to say Born to Lose, which I don't know why you'd want that as a tattoo anyway. But they misspelled it and it said Brawn to Lose, which made it so perfect, right? So I remember that. I'd probably give him that tattoo. And then on the other arm, he had, it looked the same guy did it, looked like a 7th grade drawing of a Coors tattoo. Okay? Those people exist out in the world, right?
That's
So
Born to Lose.
Huh?
I said that's Born to Lose.
Brawn to Lose, not Born to Lose.
Brawn to Lose.
We mercilessly made fun of that guy all night. Anyway, that's what I would do with that guy. And then like the whole, whatever you call it, like that little backstory of, you know, Braun to, you know, and he looks like a Leonard Skinner fan and, you know, it's one of the things I don't like about the discussions that go on now where you're not supposed to make assumptions about it. Of course you shouldn't make bad assumptions about anybody, but I'm just goofing around. Like it's okay to goof around. You know what I mean? And then here, and plus I like that his beard looks a little bit like a like those mutton chop beards. And then this up here can get a little darker. This back here can get a little darker as it's coming out into the light. Probably something on his hat right there. Yeah, I don't like that. And even the hat shape, we've broken it up a little bit where it looks like it's compressing in a little bit where that hat band is, right? I could probably come in here.
You're
with,
lagging out again.
am I? Okay, give me a sec. Okay. Now I should be good.
You're
Am I
good.
good?
Yeah.
Okay.
You're good.
All right. So does that make sense? How we went from that to that?
Yeah, that makes sense.
And what I'm trying to get you to, and I know it takes a while to get used to being comfortable doing that kind of thing. But what I'm trying to do is get you to go, okay, we've been drawing, you know, pretty straight drawing, sketching, whatever you want to call it. At some point, you got to give yourself permission to jump off the cliff and do some fun things. Okay, but you always also got to be in that sketchbook and just like drawing observationally and all that kind of stuff. Okay, because that's what feeds this. That's what gives you the flexibility with this, and that's what gives you the confidence with this, where you have the confidence to go, okay, I know how to push my shapes. I know, because a lot of people get into this thing with, and I think I might have said this, but they wait for permission, and like doing this kind of thing, they go, oh, I got to take 3 years of life drawing, and I got to blah, 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 and understand all the anatomy and all that stuff before I get permission to start doing this, and that is BS. You do need to know all that stuff. You do need to learn all that stuff, but it can be going on at the same time, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Like one thing I liked about Art Center, and I probably said this, is the whole first half of your education is just foundation. Okay. So you're chomping at the bit to get to this kind of stuff, and they're basically like, no, get your shit together, and then you can do that, right?
Right.
Okay. So hopefully that makes sense. Okay, questions?
Yeah,
Thinking.
What's
I
that?
have a comment. When you were going over Kayla's drawing, something that really helped me, something that clicked in doing this character development, was taking the larger shapes that you use to identify your character and just playing around with positioning them without, and I'm thinking without having to completely develop the drawing.
No, you don't want to develop the drawing until you feel like developing the drawing.
Yeah. And so I could do multiples, different positions just with that shape language.
Absolutely.
And then go back and develop the ones that I really like.
Yes, because the whole thing is like if you put down the shapes and they're just basically balanced. I mean, like the one I just did, you know, when I was showing like the expression thing, you know, where you're going in and going, okay, I'm going to have this guy, eyebrows raised. Teeth. His hair's a little disheveled. Something's going on that's not good. Now I go, I'm going to raise his shoulders up and go, he's explaining something and his hands are like here. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Like his hand, okay. So that I might just go, okay, kind of like that. Okay, now I'm going to try another one. Maybe from more this view. His eyes are a little bigger, but I got, if I put that like that, now he looks snarky, right?
Right.
Or now he's like here, it looks like he's being accused. And now here he's like, hey man, that pisses me off. And now he's not, he's done with being accused now. Or especially if I do that. But I'm not going to develop him any more than that until I go, okay, I kind of like this one. So I'm going to come in here now and start to refine it a little more. Get that forehead right. Maybe now I'll put, you know, the eyes are a little bigger. develop out those eyebrow, and then I'm going to come in here and go, okay, I'm going to develop out the hair a little more. Bottom lip, chin, a little more of a chin. Adam's apple. And then I could start developing out the fingers and the hand and all, and then just develop it. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
Like,
it does.
and that's a good, this is a good observation, because it's like you're setting up the framework, and then you can build into the framework, right? You can't put it on a roof on a house that doesn't have any framework. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You can't put drywall if you don't have the framework. You can't put the framework up if you don't have the foundation. It's a build, right? And then we just take the build and we start building on it, because you got a good solid. And I actually argue with the character thing. I mean, here I'm riffing, but if you notice, every time I riff on these characters, I instantly have some sort of story about them. You know what I mean? Like this guy, he's an Skinner fan, whatever. It's the thinnest of premises, and it's just making leaps of logic and all that kind of stuff. But it really helps me to have something to put on his shirt, to have a stupid tattoo on his arm, right? I think those kind of, what do you call it? Turquoise and silver hats, that makes a very big statement. It's a certain kind of thing. You see it all the time out in like weird cities like Quartzsite, like those weird desert towns and stuff like that. Even out in Joshua Tree, you see that stuff all the time. And it's just, I'd argue that that's also part of the foundation of when you want to do this kind of thing. And some of the kids think I mean like create some big backstory for it. I go, it's just in the moment. I just need something to keep pulling my ideas forward. Why am I putting that shape? Oh, because this guy, why does he have that stupid tattoo? Because he reminds me of that guy we met that night. You know what I mean? He just reminds me. I mean, totally reminds me of that guy. So I go, and I always thought that was the funniest thing ever, that he had such a stupid tattoo, and they misspelled it.
Yeah.
And if you've never met I don't know this guy. He was somebody's cousin or something. He was just like the dumbest guy in the world, just a real loser. But it was the whole thing was, and we were all super young, so we were just merciless and didn't care. But lay that foundation down, and then you can build into it, and things will work.
Okay.
What happens is with drawing or painting or anything is people want to jump to, this guy, right? Like doing that kind of thing, but they start jumping ahead. Like they don't put in the big shape and then work the next shape and the next shape. They start working on the eyes, and they start putting, crazy glasses on them and all this kind of stuff. And then it all becomes disconnected because you went shape to shape to shape and they're not relating. Whereas if you put down that big shape and then boom, there's the eyes right there, and boom, there's the nose right there, you're building on already this big shape, and you just keep building the shape, and then it's going to all lock together. But if you start piecemealing it, and I do piecemeal things, but I don't like students doing that, because I can piecemeal things because I've been doing it a long time. And by the way, if I piecemeal the whole figure together, it probably will get all wonky. Even after all these years, that part won't. Faces, I can piecemeal a little bit. But. Okay, does that make sense?
Yeah, thanks.
Any other questions? I got a cramp. No other questions?
I got a question.
Yeah.
So for the assignment, the action poses, do you want them to be full body?
Yes. Well, no, you can have one like, where I see maybe this much like that guy and go, what? It doesn't have to be totally full body. And I want to also clarify, they don't all have to be crazy action poses. They can just be, like I said, walking the dog, watering a plant. It could be anything, or just a really cool loose pose where they're leaning against the wall like this. It could be that kind of stuff. They don't all have to be crazy action poses. Okay?
Okay.
Okay. All right, so Wednesday, I'll put that up. And if anybody wants to get in there on Wednesday, we'll talk. I'll put up the assignment. I'll put a link to Wednesday. What are you going to say?
What time Wednesday?
I think I usually do it at like, what time did you do it last time? Like 11:30? I think I did 11:30.
Yeah.
I'm doing it 11:30 because I have a class at 1:30 and I want to make sure that I have enough time to talk, blah, blah, blah. And also, get some stuff done before that. I have all my days scheduled out, pretty hyper scheduled out. And I forgot what else I have to do, but who cares? I think that's it. Okay. Again, and I'll put the folder up today and everything. So I want to check my, hang on. Okay, I think it's the same, so I'm not going to worry about that.
Mike, could I talk to you for a second after?
You and your after, James. Yes. Yeah, okay, everybody.
I was actually.
Go ahead.
Actually,
Mike, we wanted to talk to you also after class.
Okay. All right, so everybody wants to talk to me after class, just hang out. Virtual classroom, right?
Yeah.
We were just talking about Brian. He was reading the description of some class he's teaching, which is a really cool class, but it's like photography. I can't remember what it is. Something to do with photography or something like that. But something cool. It's a cool class. But he was reading the description off it and how dated the language was. It said like new electronic media and like all like terms. You know what I mean? You're just going, it's so embarrassing that's in our catalog. And it's also confusing, because like kids now, nobody uses desktop publishing or new electronic media or even multimedia, really. I mean, all those phrases are kind of gone. You sound like your grandma talking about it when you use that kind of stuff, Now we got to go in and rewrite that stuff. But, and we were just, anyway, we were making up all these stupid phrases around all that stuff. Okay. So whoever wants to talk to me, hang out. Everybody else, I'll see you either Wednesday or Saturday. Okay? And by the way, just keep going. All right? But I want a lot of that everyday stuff. I want a lot of stylization stuff, all that stuff. Okay? All right.
All right.
Pages and pages and pages. Huh?
I see ya.
All right.
Bye. Bye.
Bye.
See you, Mike.
See you later.